describes the geographical location and its attributes. It is our hope that you will consider these recommendations. Thank you very much. And at this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephanie Knipp, the principal of Kent Phoenix Academy and Kent Mountain View Academy.
Thank you, Christy. So I am currently the principal of Kent Mountain View and Kent Phoenix Academies, and I'm the planning principal for our new academy, which will blend the best of both schools at our new site. The new school construction is located on the East Hill of Kent in the Panther Lake area at the corner of 208th and 104th for Benson. Presenting with me today are our two assistant principals, Evan Barber and Kendra Pratchett. They'll be sharing a bit about our academy design and our survey data. I would also like to introduce Noreen Balayan, our district ELL specialist and academy administrative intern. We're also joined by one of our academy students, as you have met him earlier, Jeremiah Burrows, who will be sharing his student experience with you. Last spring, we formed our core planning representative team that we now refer to as our CPR team. The CPR team was designed to breathe life into our new academy, and it's comprised of 22 members, including teachers, support staff, parents, and students at every grade level. Noreen Balayan, the member of our CPR team, has taken the lead in the implementation of our procedures for board policies 6970 and 6971. Noreen's now going to walk us through our process.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, and Ms. Hawley. This fall, our CPR team established our purpose, reviewed the Kent School District School Board Policy and Procedures, partnered with our Executive Director of Learning Improvement, Dr. Christine Avery, and set our timeline. In October, a group of students was selected as our student representatives and were nominated through the following process. The CPR team designed a mini lesson and student survey to gather student input. Through the survey, representative students from each grade level joined the CPR team. In November, the CPR team continued to gather recommendations from our staff and student community. The team completed a staff survey, a family survey, and final recommendations for a mascot, colors, and student name, school name. The CPR team then collaborated with the KSD graphic designer and production specialist, Matt Anderson, to help us with branding for our new school. This month, we provided our staff with an update on our name, color, and mascot selection process, and we prepared our presentation for you. To assist us with this presentation and provide a student perspective, I now like to introduce an 8th grade academy student, Jeremiah Burrows.
Good evening, President Humada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, and Ms. Hawley. I hope all of you guys are having a great day today. So I was asked today to come and present my perspective of how this process has gone with the CPR team. So just being able to know that I've had influence on the decisions of being able to, with our colors, our mascot, and just being able to have like a hand with that power, it's really awesome. I've learned so much through this group. I've learned how schools function, what they need to function, and it's really cool to just know how this process goes with graphic designing, how we design our mascots, and come up with our colors. So the surveys were awesome. We came out, like we said, we came out with the Griffin, which was a very steady choice, and I really enjoyed it. So I really enjoyed the Griffin because it kind of shows the combining of our two schools, and it's a ruler over the land and the air, which it becomes a dominion, and it rules over everything. And just being able to know that I've helped in making these decisions is really awesome. So thank you, CPR team.
Thank you, JV. That's a tough act to follow. I really appreciate you being here. Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, and Ms. Hawley. Our academy is unique in our district, and as we tell our staff and our students and our community members, we are decidedly different. We serve students in grades 3 through 12, representing elementary, middle, and high school levels. We do not have designated boundaries, and we are open to all students in the Kent School District. We have included this slide to introduce the idea of a laboratory school, since our school name recommendation includes the word laboratory. The name we are recommending for our academy addresses our purpose and approach to serving students and our community. The vision of a laboratory school is grounded in the research of educator and scholar John Dewey, one of the great minds in progressive education. Dewey developed the concept of laboratory schools in partnership with universities as a place to explore and implement innovations in education. Lab schools are now found all around the world and throughout the US. Creating a lab academy in Kent School District will usher in a next generation of learning built upon the legacy of our academies. Our board policy includes naming a school in honor of a person of national prominence in the field of education. Moreover, board policy also includes recognition of our sister city of Kent, England. Dewey is a direct descendant of Thomas Dewey, who immigrated to the United States from Kent, England. The programs under development in our academy are represented in this graphic and will be supported through our lab school partnership with the University of Washington, Tacoma. In a lab school, both the schools and university benefit, and the students and their communities are always at the center. Thank you.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, and Ms. Holly. After gathering input from students, staff, and families, the preferred colors selected were red and charcoal gray, matching the interior and exterior design of the new school. Since the accent colors of gold and silver were equally split, the CPR team decided to select both. The mascot selection survey data leaned heavily towards the griffin. It is fitting for our academy, since a griffin is a mythical creature that is comprised of a lion's body with the head and wings of a bird. The previous mascots of our academies were a lion and a phoenix, now both represented in the griffin. The name recommendation was also reviewed by our school community, and the majority supported the name Kent Laboratory Academy. Our stakeholders understood the name represents our new purpose for the academy. Other suggestions for the school name included Kent Unity Academy, Kent Innovation Academy, and Kent Griffin Academy. So our CPR team recommends the colors of brick red and charcoal gray and the Griffin mascot to you. We also recommend the name Kent Laboratory Academy to represent our commitment to research-based, experiential teaching and learning in our school. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to share our process with you this evening and present our recommendations to you. Christy and I are glad to now respond to your questions, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Questions from our board?
You did so well. You answered all the questions. I appreciate that you went down the proposal and how you followed our policies. I'm always about the policies, and that was great. And I, quite frankly, am very fond of the Griffin, and I'm going to need a sweatshirt, I'm sure, as soon as they're available.
Well, I just have a comment that tonight, I'm always thrilled when our young students are in front of us. And wow, I'm always tremendously proud and impressed with their leadership characteristics and their professionalism. And you're using the chat, you're communicating, you're sitting up there just right amongst us. And that makes me very happy to see you tonight. I'm wondering what, if anything, you might want to add, Jeremiah, on any of the people that have shared this responsibility with you to determine this. Did you feel that they felt a part of it, the school, a little more by doing this? Would you like to share that with us tonight?
Yes, please. So we all got chosen at random. Like we stated earlier, there was a survey sent out, and I applied for it because I was like, no, it can never hurt. And I did not know what I was applying for, and it just, the great experience that I had. I definitely feel like I was more involved in the school because like I said, I was able to make decisions that I would have never been able to. I was able to communicate with people that I barely see during the day at school, which is just really cool because they're always working. And just being able to communicate with different students, bounce ideas off of each other, learn, communicate. It's been an amazing experience. So I'm glad I've gotten to share it with the school and just be a part of this.
Well, again, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Yeah.
I'm just a little curious about this laboratory school. I'm wondering if I could, I don't want to put anybody on the spot here, if you could explain that a little bit more to me. What's going to go on at that school? That sounds exciting, and I'm excited to hear about it.
President Hamada, I'm so glad you asked. We are really excited about the programming and the opportunities for students. So I will just start by saying we are decidedly different. And at an academy, our goal and intent is for students to have an opportunity to experience education in a way that might look different than their boundary school. We have 6 programs that are designed to meet our students' needs. Opportunities within those programs that provide voice and choice. And we also are looking at this opportunity to be a laboratory, a place to try things out to benefit our students and the district as well. So our goal, again, is to provide this experiential learning, where we can show that while our students are learning, we as staff, we're learning right alongside them. And that is truly the mark of a lifelong learner. Thank you for asking.
So how do you plan to select people, or will they apply? Did I miss that? Or how will kids and students and parents learn about this?
So at the academy, we will have a process. Our admissions are open to all students, and we're still in the process of determining what that will look like, and we would be glad to share an update with you at a future date as well.
Do you have a maximum amount of people that you plan to have in this program?
So our academy building is designed for about 400 students within our program.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Yes, I wanted to also first thank you, Jeremiah, for being here. And I really thank you, Dr. Nib, and all of our educators for supporting our students being here and empowering them to make these kinds of decisions. I always find it odd that these kinds of decisions come to the board for approval when, you know, you've all put in so much thought and effort into these decisions, and we're so happy to have that sort of diversity in the decision making. So thank you, first of all. And I personally am really excited about the laboratory. I think going into the science classes, I know that there have been instances where I've seen educators really looking at inquiry-based learning, and well, we call it so many different names, experiential learnings, but all of those things coming together in one place with a focus. I can't wait. I'm really excited about the possibilities and expanding the opportunities up on East Hill for our students. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, so I too really appreciate it, and I'm very excited about it. I'm a huge proponent of different educational opportunities for students because it, you know, one size does not fit all. And so I think that it's very important to have those options. And so I'm very excited to thank you, Jeremiah, for being here. I'm a huge proponent of student voice as well. So, and I have a question about your mascot. So I love the mascot choices. I'm wondering, would you commission, how are you going to determine your graphics or your illustration for your mascots? Do you commission students to possibly do that, or do you have a plan for that, or what does that look like? Have you guys discussed that process?
Well, I'll jump in, and then Christy, if you'd like to follow up. So right now we are working with Matt Anderson in conjunction with our CPR team, and he's our graphic designer in the district, amazingly talented. And our students and the rest of our CPR team gave him some input of what we were interested in. And I know Jeremiah had some flaming wings. That would be a nice addition to our Griffin. So it's a partnership so that we have that polish and branding, and it's coming together. And we're really excited as a CPR team to see what he comes up with, and he's planning to share back with us later this month.
Well,
And I'd say we're following definitely a similar process.
Okay. All right. Well, wonderful job. Great presentation. I'm very excited about the school. So thank you.
I'm on Team Flames too.
That's cool.
I mean, come on. So yeah, again, I think to echo what Director Venkatasalam said, you know, it's funny that it comes to the board when really it's important to me that, and I think most of my colleagues, that this is the students' schools, you know, this is for them. And so them choosing everything is important to me. So if we were supposed to decide ourselves, I would be asking the students to participate fully. So this is really exciting, and I really like all the ways you involved everybody.
And so that a question on those two schools and why it looked like the majority of the people picked the other name. Did I miss that?
If you're talking about our school, in the policy, you need to look at all stakeholders for the school name. And so we looked at all stakeholders, and it came out so close with Rainier View and River Ridge. And the team would love both of them, but when we looked at closer, we looked at student vote. The students really liked River Ridge. And so we thought we better go with student. We want them to love their community. And then also Rainier View, there's two others closely in the area that are also called Rainier View Elementary. So if they wanted to be original, but they'd be happy with either.
Great, thank you.
Give another moment if there might be another final question that our board may have.
So I'm thinking about the diversity. I noticed the populations, and it is a wonderfully diverse group of students that will be there. And I'm wondering, well, my thought is, so when you think about, so I know as we do new buildings and things like that, do we think about the cultural representation of each of our groups of our community in those buildings? And is that something you guys have talked about? And how, if you have, how are you going to make sure that that part, the cultural input, is also reflected in the building and for the staff and the students?
We're definitely in conversations about that as of now. We are definitely moving forward thinking of the cultures. For instance, we have a high Hispanic population, and we know that will continue. So we want to make sure we have opportunities for people to share and feel a part of that community. We even talked about having sayings and mantras that are more culturally sound to the area. Like we were thinking of different sayings of the area, but that's definitely, our conversations have started in that. So I can definitely fill you in as we have more conversations about that, but it's definitely reflecting upon the children that are there and their families, so they feel a part of that community.
Director Daniels, thank you for that question. It's of paramount importance to us that at the Academy, where we do not have school boundaries, that our population represents the Kent School District. And so that is a place that we are moving toward in our admissions process, so that all students have access. And we are most certainly looking through that equity lens of how do we build this academy and who has that opportunity to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Great questions. Any other questions that we have before I kind of summarize where we are and give you some next steps? Hearing none, I will go ahead and just, first of all, I wanted to just summarize by saying our next steps would be coming back to our board of directors on I believe it's January 13th, where our board will take final action on the process that you just heard about today and their work to date. As they continue to work, you will see that during that meeting and then take action then. And then I also wanted to just very quickly thank the leaders of the schools, the administrators, students, and staff who joined us today. I know this is not all representative of those who had a hand in this, because I do know, in having started this process quite a long time ago with these leaders, that ideas were coming from everywhere. And I just wanted to acknowledge our leaders and assure our board of directors that you have some of the most creative, committed leaders in the state. They talked about ideas and visiting across the country. I mean, it's amazing. I know Dr. Behringer was part of that process as well. We met quite a bit in getting to this date. So again, an acknowledgement to our principal leaders and assistant principals that are here tonight and their community. And so I wanted to give Dr. Watts just a final summary before we close our work session today. Dr. Watts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vela, and to our esteemed leaders and student leader, Jeremiah, thank you for one, your commitment to continuous improvement. Two, your commitment to combining what we often see as separate is the academic side of our work that is grounded in theory, and the action that takes place that's grounded in the day-to-day work that takes place. And when those two come together, wonderful things can and should happen, and we expect nothing less at our laboratory academy in Kenton. So thank you to everyone who's been involved. Obviously, everyone here is a beneficiary of this work, but we thank you for all of the hard and heart work that is taking place for our students. And so Jeremiah, we'll be looking to you in the days and weeks and months and years to come to see just how impactful this experience has been for all of our students in Kent School District. Thank you all, and certainly appreciate our board for your continued support. Leaders, thank you so much for being here. And if there are no other questions, this concludes our presentation for the day.
Well, I just have one other comment, and
President Amata, yes.
I'm piggybacking on thanking all of our staff and all the work that's gone into this. It's exciting. It's always exciting when you can have a new building with new ideas, and wow, that all of a sudden it's upon us, that it's getting closer. But I'd also like to thank very much our community taxpayers that have supported us, that make all of this possible, because I've worked on some levies and trying to get the funding we needed. We need the support of our community in that very much too. So I want to thank all of you tuned in for your property taxes and your support, more important, of our schools and our kids in our community. And it is exactly 6:02. Are we going to adjourn at 6:02, or are we going to wait until 6:30 to go into executive session? I need a little help here.
President Hamada,
Yes.
you will adjourn the work session, but the executive session begins at 6:30.
All right. So we're not going to go ahead and start early,
No,
correct?
you're not.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. I need all the help I can get. So thank you very much. And we'll be back at 6:30 for our executive session. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Stay safe.
Have a good night. Karen, I'm staying in this room until it's time for the meeting.
Okay. The executive session cannot start until Curtis is there anyway,
Okay.
but whatever you want to do is fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Curtis, I see Karen with us. And there we go. I think we're getting people coming on. Okay.
Okay, good evening. It's 6:30. I'm going to call the meeting to order for the executive session to discuss with legal counsel representing the district litigation or potential litigation to which the district likely is to become a party. Should I wait a few more minutes before everybody's on here, or not seeing everybody?
No, I'm not sure what happened. I think you can go right to executive session.
All right, I'm going to call on Mr. Curtis Leonard to begin the executive session.
No. You need to move over to the breakout room.
Okay, so I want to go, the work session is adjourned, or what?
You have already done all that. I just need you to manually move yourself to the breakout room.
Okay.
Is there a join button?
Yep,
that you see? Click on that.
Hi, this is Jamie. Do I need to do something to join the executive session?
Jamie, I'll let you in. Hold on, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, community. I'd like to welcome all you to the regular board meeting and like to call it to order at 7:02. First of all, I'd like to invite Director Leah Bowen. Is she in the house? There she is.
I'm right here.
Director Bowen, sorry, I'm looking at all these faces. To lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please, if you would, please.
Do you want to help me? Want to help? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director Bowman, and your little helper there. Good evening. Again, I want to welcome all the audience to the meeting. Your participation in caring about your community is extremely important. I'd now like to call on Director Bettinger to read the land acknowledgement this evening. Director Bettinger.
I will. And as we, talk about land acknowledgement, I've been trying to educate myself on the local tribe, the Muckleshoot tribe. And I just want to share a little bit of information that the tribe's name is derived from the native name for the prairie on which the Muckleshoot Reservation was established. And it's a federally recognized tribe whose members are composed of descendants of the Duwamish and Upper Puyallup people. and they inhabited the central Puget Sound for thousands and thousands of years. So it is my honor to acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
All right, we're on to an explanation from myself about the process for audience participation. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meeting Act. The process for audience participation. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from the audience. Those wishing to comment must complete the online form as indicated on the district website and in BoardDocs. There will be 2 periods where public comment will be heard, at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. Questions raised through submitted public comment addressing an issue may require further investigation, and the staff will contact you to follow up. If you indicated a desire to speak to an agenda item, your comment will be read at the portion of the agenda. General comments tonight will be read during the audience communication section of the agenda. I'd like to address to Dr. Watts, is there any changes to the agenda this evening?
Thank you, President Hamada. Please know there are no changes to this evening's agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. We're now on to 2.01, preliminary communication from the audience. Ms. Holly, would you be so kind to read any of our public comments, please?
Yes, good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts. We have 4 public comments this evening. The first one is from Megan Carter, and she says, I am writing to you with some very serious concerns about the boundary proposal that was released last week. Let me start off by saying that in a typical year, I would wholeheartedly support these changes, and I fully understand the need for them in the future. However, I am extremely concerned about the proposed decision to move 6th grade to middle school in 21-22. I believe this should not even be considered at this time. The children we are talking about were yanked out of school with no warning last March in the middle of 4th grade and have not been back in the building since. In all likelihood, they will not return until fall of 2021. The decision to move them next year would essentially mean you are putting 4th graders into middle school. Most of these kids have not progressed socially and emotionally, in addition to academically, like they typically would have, and taking a year away from them will certainly be very detrimental to many. This does not align with KSD's claims of being focused on social emotional health and equity during this time. In fact, it does the exact opposite. As a mom to 2 KSD students, a special ed parent, and someone who has dedicated much of my time to supporting KSD and our students during the pandemic, I am pleading with you not to approve that portion of the proposal. Could a phased-in approach be considered where all the changes don't occur at once? Please give these kids 1 year to catch up a bit and rediscover their social emotional skills before doing this. The kids who are furthest from educational justice will definitely suffer the most from this decision. Our special ed students have had very little access to their services that help support and prepare them for these transitions. This will widen the gap even further during a time where they have already been left behind. I really hope that there can be further dialogue regarding this, and that the board and administration can show that they really are taking our voices into account when making these highly consequential decisions. As I said in the beginning, I fully support making these changes at a more appropriate time. I am not at all against the recommendations. It is the timing that has me so concerned. In addition, the district has not had any meaningful two-way communication with parents and teachers. Thought exchange and boundary presentations where questions are not answered are not examples of effective communication. It feels like the decision has been made and input from those who are most impacted is being stifled. Please think of the kids who have already fallen through the cracks when making these decisions. The next comment is from Shukri Olo. And she says, as a parent of a fifth grader in KSD, I don't believe that rolling out this new proposal, and she's talking about the boundary proposal, at a critical time with an ongoing global pandemic is an equitable decision. How has the district engaged families in this process? I am deeply concerned about the timing of this proposal and worry that our children are not ready for a dramatic shift. The next comment is from Stacy Miller. And Stacy says, I would like to address the proposal to move sixth grade to middle school. In normal circumstances, this would be a welcome change. However, this is not a normal year, and KSD cannot ignore the compounding effect this will have on children moving to middle school. Since March, administration has heavily promoted equitable learning and social emotional well-being. The decision to move sixth to middle school following a pandemic and over 9 months of remote learning completely contradicts this stance. There are several research articles highlighting the social emotional impact this does and will continue to have on our children. Considerations to move sixth up cannot be about enrollment alone. The last time these children were in school was in March of their fourth grade year. Many of them, including my son, received no KSD instruction March to June. I filled education gaps to keep him on track. Many families within our district did not have the time nor resources to do the same. Next year, their growth will be at mid-fifth grade levels at best. If KSD truly cares about equitable learning and the social emotional well-being of our children, they will postpone sixth grade movement until the 2022-23 school year. Allow our children to reintegrate into school, reacclimate to in-person learning, reestablish academic norms and expectations, and get caught up. Set them up for success. Has KSD considered the impact of having 2 grade levels entering a middle school simultaneously following a pandemic year? Is KSD prepared to have enough counselors to address COVID loss, COVID impact on families, students struggling with reintegration at a new school, in a new learning schedule, and how the impact may materialize in the school setting? Changing boundaries will impact numbers enough to delay the middle school changes for 1 year. These kids have endured more than most adults through this pandemic. The survey is not an accurate reflection of how fifth grade parents feel. We do not want this for our children after this year. We all have endured these last months of varying degrees of our kids feeling frustrated, angry, sad, lonely, isolated. The thought that KSD has even considered this an option following several months of remote learning, with many students being left behind, is short-sighted and contradicts everything you claim to stand for. You cannot convince me with numbers when there is a mountain of research that supports delaying changes, research that supports focus on equitable learning, and social emotional well-being of our children. Do the right thing and delay moving 6th grade to middle school until the 2022-23 school year. The benefits far outweigh the concerns around learning and portables. Thank you. The last comment is from Scott Froman, and it's regarding redistricting process. Knowing that the intent, there are 3 bullet points here. Number 1, knowing that the intent of the shift of 6th graders up to the middle school is to remedy overcrowding in the elementary schools, what steps will take place to keep this problem from simply being pushed up to the middle schools? At Northwood, we have empty classrooms, but I believe Meeker does not have this luxury. How will you address these? Number 2, what is the timeline and what process will be in place to allow teachers and curricular leaders to prepare for the transfer of 6th graders? In the middle school, I'm not sure what department, we've spent 5 years aligning scope and sequence, developing common assessments, etc. And these steps were taken with the assumption that 6th graders were in the elementary. Realigning curriculum, bringing in 6th grade teachers' voices, and redesigning, adapting curriculum will take time. And I believe that was social studies, so sorry about that. Number 3, although the board does and should represent the interests and will of the community, since staff will be responsible for implementing these changes, what voice do they have in the process? How are you hearing the concerns and thoughts of secretaries, librarians, custodians, paraeducators, and teachers? That is the end of the public comments for tonight. President Hamada, we will not have any public comments for the second portion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holly. We're on to 3.0, reorganization of board of directors. It seems like it's been gone in a flash that we were at this point a year ago. I was so excited to have my 2 sons here from afar, and I miss seeing them this year. But this has been a crazy year, hasn't it? So we're on to 3.01, organization of the board of directors and election of officers. According to our board policy 1210, at the regularly scheduled board meeting in December, the directors will elect from among the members a president, a vice president, and a legislative representative to serve 1-year terms for the period from January 1st to December 31st. Per policy 1210, an oral roll call of the members of the board is required for the election of the board officers, and the majority of the members of the board is required for any person to be elected or selected for such positions. All right, I would like to now open nominations for the board president.
I nominate Vice President Denise Daniels for board president.
Are there any more nominations? I'll step away from my presidency and nominate Director Bettinger. Are there any other nominations? The nominations are now closed. I'm going to go to each board member. Vice President Daniel, who do you vote for president?
Myself.
Director Bettinger, what is your vote for president?
I'll vote for myself.
Director Bowen, what is your vote for president?
I vote for Vice President Daniels.
Director Vendigosalin, what is your vote for president?
I vote for Vice President Daniels.
Okay. And I'm asking myself for my vote, and I vote for Vice President Daniels. So that nomination is done. And congratulations, Director, or actually no longer Vice President, well, to the end of the month.
President-elect.
President-elect now, Ms. Denise Daniels. And I guess we're just going to go on. We can't have claps or applause or balloons. So we're now going to go on to, we're going on to the next vote, and that will be for, I got a lot of instructions here. Just want to make sure I'm not doing this wrong. I'm asking for nominations for Board Vice President.
I nominate Director Michelle Bettinger for Vice President.
Director Bettinger. Director, are there any other nominations? All right, close the nominations. And I'm going to go down the oral roll call again. And that would be Vice President, newly elected President Daniels. Who do you vote for?
I vote for Director Bettinger.
Director Bettinger, who do you vote for?
I vote for Denise Daniels. No, wait. I guess I vote for myself.
All right. Director Bowen, who do you vote for?
Director Bettinger.
Director Vendigosalin, who do you vote for?
I vote for Director Bettinger.
And myself, I vote for Director Bettinger. So it's unanimous. Congratulations, Director Bettinger, and you're now our new Vice President in 2021. All right, now we're on to Legislative Representative. Nominations are now open for that position.
I nominate Director Vengadassalam because I think she's done an amazing job this year.
Are there other nominations? The nominations are now closed. I'm going to go through again. Vice President Daniels.
I vote for Director Bettinger. I'm sorry, Director Vengadassalam.
Okay, don't screw us up. You got to follow this order. Director Bettinger.
I vote for Director Vengadassalam.
Director Bowen.
Press the button. I vote for Director Vendigosalin.
Director Vendigosalin, who do you vote for?
I vote for myself. Thank you.
And that also is my vote, so it's unanimous. Congratulations. Lots of work there to do, Director Vendigosalin. You've done a great job, so you'll continue to do that for us. So greatly appreciate all the leadership that's stepping forth to get this done. So we're now on to 4.0, and that's the superintendent's report. I'd like to call upon Dr. Watts. Dr. Watts.
Thank you so much, President Hamada. Members of the board, staff, Ms. Howley, I am pleased to share my report this evening, and certainly also even more so pleased to provide information highlighting our continued work and our incredible efforts of Team KSD moving forward in accomplishing our mission and our vision for our students. As we have noted, more than 12 years have passed since our last boundary change in 2008, and over that time period, we've recognized that enrollments have increased and decreased at various schools across our district. Our student and community demographics have also changed, and various educational programs and delivery methods have also transpired and progressed. Now, in the fall of 2009, Kent School District leadership and the leaders in our superintendent's cabinet, including all labor leaders, including PTSA president, representing Family Voice, we began planning for a proposal request. And though delayed by COVID this spring, our board approved a contract with MGT Consulting in August. Now, together with MGT, we have been moving through the strategic boundary process to support the balancing of our enrollment, the alignment of school feeder patterns, and are moving towards equitable educational opportunities for each and every student in Kent School District. We are now at the community engagement and input point of the boundary process. And tomorrow evening, December 10th at 6 p.m., we have another opportunity to join Kent School District leaders and MGT Consulting for a live event to learn more about the proposed boundary changes and to provide your input. Now, additionally, our thought exchange, currently with over 240 participants and more than 8,100 thought ratings, is still open, and it's open through Saturday evening, December 12th. On January 13th, there will be a public hearing during our regular board meeting, which is another opportunity for community input. This work to both review and update our boundaries is not only needed as a process, it is a shared process. And it's one that supports all of our students, our families, and our staff. Now, specifically, this complexity of our boundary study process, particularly for a district of our size, including the 72 square miles and the 25,000 families in which who live within our boundaries, it cannot be minimized. And neither can the urgency and the opportunity to make positive changes to support our students, those who happen to attend the second most diverse district in Washington state, according to niche.com. Now, community engagement and input are critical in this boundary process. Links to the event tomorrow, our thought exchange, to reports, and more information about this process is also listed and located on our website. We appreciate those who have taken the time to participate in these meetings, those who have emailed questions and participated in the thought exchange. And we are not finished. No final decisions will be made until our board takes action on the final report in January. Now, speaking of community engagement and input, I know that there are others who have opportunities to share and perhaps wish they still could share. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Equity Council and several groups, much like our Equity Council, who have taken the time to share and provide their input. I want to recognize them for their dedication, passion, and their commitment to our core values of equity, the countless volunteer hours, and the desire to serve all students in Kent School District. This week, the Equity Council fulfilled the second of their 4 goals for this school year by deploying our first ever Kent School District Student Equity and Inclusion Survey for all students in grades 6 through 12. Now, this survey is optional, and on average, it is taking students about 6.5 minutes to complete. And as of this afternoon, we had already received nearly 2,000 responses. This is another example of our commitment to community engagement, involvement, and student voice. Thank you to our Director of Communications and Public Affairs, Melissa Larmy, and team who co-facilitates this council with me and has also led the implementation of this survey. Melissa shared that she has already received direct emails from staff and students sharing their appreciation, their excitement, and their feedback for this opportunity for student voice and the inclusive and reflective questions the Equity Council put forth. And we look forward to sharing the district-wide survey results with the entire Kent School District community by way of our website in January. And you can learn more about the survey and our Equity Council on our district and school websites. Now, as the year 2020 comes to a close, I continue to reflect upon all that has happened. And I know it's mind-boggling sometimes when we stop and think, but much of which we could have never predicted. Now, I hope that during winter break, which is December 21st through January 1st, all students and family and our staff take this opportunity to rest, to relax, and rejuvenate. Our richly diverse Kent School District community is so generous and supportive of our students and schools, especially this time of year. And if your family is in need this season, we ask that you please call your school or visit our website to view the holiday resource list with information about food, gifts, and services for children and families seeking assistance this season. We continue to work with our labor partners and families to find immediate educational solutions that keep everyone safe. And we're also working with our back to school task force, refining our plans and preparing for students' eventual return to our schools for in-person learning. Please also continue reaching out to your school staff. Your student needs support, either academically or emotionally. Know that we remain committed to safely reopening our school buildings by making data-informed decisions aligned with state and local health guidance. And due to the current levels of COVID-19 activity in our community, we have put the traditional gatherings, the end-of-year parties, and the crowded tables on hold. Yet there are still fulfilling ways that each one of you can enjoy the holidays with family and friends. In fact, we've shared some information, some tips and resources from the Department of Health for celebrating winter holidays during COVID-19 on our website. We also continue to regularly monitor COVID activity data that's published by Seattle and King County Public Health. The COVID-19 activity rates across our district and our county have been more than 5 times the state's threshold for in-person learning for the last month. The Washington State Department of Health decision tree recommends remote learning for the vast majority of students, with limited in-person instruction to be considered an option only for those with the highest need when COVID activity is over this threshold. So please also visit our website. Please check your emails, voicemail, and mobile app for news, resources, and information about events this month and next that are related to our proposed boundary changes, parent resource meetings, and more. I know you will continue to support our schools and our district as members of our KSD community, and I appreciate all that you have done and will continue to do. I also look forward to continuing to partner with our school board members, working together to realize our district's mission, our vision, and living out our core values of equity, excellence, and community. And I encourage you to also take that time. Take time during our upcoming winter break to reflect on this most historic year. Thank you for your continued partnership. Stay safe and be well. This concludes my report. President Hamada.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watts. We're now up to 5.0, the legislative update. And I'd now like to call on Director Venda Gosselin to give her report.
Yes. Let's see. I had an opportunity to take part in a House education listening tour. And from our 3 areas, our legislative districts, District 47, 33, and 11, I only saw Representative Berquist at my particular event. There were 3 listening tour sessions. So we had an opportunity to discuss on behalf of the district our priorities that we set forth as a district, as well as talk about what WASDA ended up compiling as the 3 primary areas of concern for all 285 school districts in the state. So with that, recently, we also received information, Dr. Watts shared with us last Friday, that the superintendents from the Puget Sound region have also come up with their legislative positions for 2021. So I just took an opportunity to compare notes between what WASDA has compiled and what our superintendents have compiled in the Puget Sound region. And it's remarkably similar in the sense that the primary concern is, of course, providing equitable access to technology resources. And WASDA has brought this up many times over the course of the last several, almost the entire year, to invest in infrastructure for broadband access and really prioritize the funding for students' digital needs. So that is of foremost concern to our superintendents as well as board directors. So that said, there are several other areas where the school board members talked about advancing the vital programs and services. So in particular, special education, that was also a common thread that came across for both of our professional organizations. And expanding access to equitable instruction was, of course, in addressing social emotional needs, and then securing district resources for all of the things that are needed in this COVID environment. So not only talking about PIP, but really talking about increasing mental health services and counseling supports for students. So the one other thing that I found of interest was this not just providing full cost of special education, because that kept coming up, but also having mid-year budget reductions, maintaining the funding to match the learning modality that's needed. So that was something that WASDA talked about at length. And so I'm glad to see there's cohesiveness there as well. And so one of the things I'm looking forward to is working with Dr. Watts and team to present our combined interest in this 2021 legislative priorities at the upcoming session, and hopefully we can have a coordinated front to meet with our legislators to talk about our priorities. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We're now on to 6.0 and 6.01 proclamations. And I'd like to call on Vice President Daniels to read the proclamation for Guest Employee Appreciation Month.
Started reading and I was muted my phone. Okay. Thank you, President Hamada. Whereas guest employees serve throughout all buildings within the Kent School District, effectively embedding themselves into the culture of an array of environments, and whereas guest employees provide coverage for staff in new ways with remote learning and online processes that have become necessary during the current pandemic, and whereas the dedication of guest employees enables teaching staff to engage in professional development to enhance their teaching skills and abilities, and whereas guest employees provide coverage for employees to address situations that arise in life. Whereas in the service of guest employees positively contributes to the mission of the organization to successfully prepare all students for their futures. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims the month of December as Guest Employee Appreciation Month to recognize the contributions of guest employees and urges all citizens join in this observance. Signed this 9th day of December 2020.
Thank you very much. We're on to the proclamation Inclusive Schools Week, which is December the 7th through the 11th. And I'd like to call on Director Bowen to read that proclamation for Inclusive Schools Week, please. Director Bowen.
Yes, my computer's still not fixed, so I'm on my phone. Give me just 1 second. Whereas Inclusive Schools Week is an annual event sponsored by the Inclusive Schools Network to celebrate the progress schools have made in providing supportive and quality education to all students, including those who are marginalized due to disability, gender, ethnicity, geography, and language. And whereas the Kent School District is committed to providing an education in schools and classrooms, as well as through remote learning, that is welcoming and capable of educating all students. And whereas the educators of the Kent School District recognize that each child is unique, learns differently, and therefore learns better if teaching is tailored to their abilities and interests. And whereas Inclusive Schools Week provides an opportunity for educators, students, and families to ensure that schools continue to improve their ability and successfully educate all children. And whereas by their efforts to make our schools and classrooms high-performing and inclusive, the educators and families of the Kent School District have contributed significantly to building a stronger and more inclusive school community. And whereas this year, the theme for Inclusive Schools Week is "The Time for Inclusion is Now," which recognizes a greater appreciation for inclusion as a philosophy as well as a way of life in our schools and community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims December 7th through 11th, 2020 as Inclusive Schools Week in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed this 9th day of December, 2020.
Thank you very much, Director Bowen. We're on to 7.0 presentations. And I've seen some faces I haven't seen here before, so I'm excited to hear from these individuals and excited to what I already know about this program to hearing more. So I'd like to now call on Dr. Calvin Watts to take over the program from this point on. Dr. Watts.
Yes, thank you, President Hamada, members of the board, Ms. Howley, staff. Again, I'm pleased and proud, and want to take a personal point of privilege to say, well, my dad's body is no longer with us. He was a part of this work, and it's a very special for me to see this work occurring in our school district to support our students by our amazing staff. So I'd like to take this time to introduce our Chief Accountability Officer, Dr. Jewel Harmon, who will begin the presentation for a partnership between Kent School District and Project MR, MR an acronym for Male Involvement and Service to Encourage Responsibility. Dr. Harmon.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, and Ms. Howley. It's my pleasure here to just introduce Dr. James Carter and Principal Howdy Bauer, and they are going to talk more about Project MR and its work in Kent School District. I'm going to start the presentation, and I will share my screen and work through with them, and I'll just facilitate that show for us. Just 1 second, it's coming up. There we are. So the program that you're going to hear about this evening is grounded in our core values of equity, excellence, and community. It is to support and service the social and emotional supports of our African-American male students. And I would like to introduce Dr. James Carter to share more about the history of this program and the group that sponsors this work. Dr. Carter.
Dr. Carter, you'll need to unmute. Yeah, that's all right.
It works much better if I'm unmuted, doesn't it?
We want to hear you. That's right.
There we go. There we go. How's everyone doing this evening? My name is Dr. James Carter. I am the Executive Director of Project MR. Project MR was born from the Breakfast Group, which is an organization within the city of, or started within the city of Seattle. Project MR is a 501(c) nonprofit of civic-minded professional African-American men who dedicated to mentoring and addressing the challenges of our young youth who are furthest from academic equity. The mentoring focuses on Black males and young men of color. The members include practitioners in the fields of education, business, public service, politics, law, medicine, entrepreneurship, science and technology, and sports. Established in 1976, the Breakfast Group is the oldest non-fraternity all-male African-American organization in the Northwest United States. The membership, with its combined expertise, professional experience, and political capital and range of practice, is essential to the unique value proposition of helping to close the equity gap for our young men. The vision of the Breakfast Group, Project Mister, is to work directly with the community's high-risk young men, and the aim of instruction is to create civic-minded, responsible, and community-oriented young men. The program builds on the ideals of mentoring to counter the effects of academic underachievement amongst adolescent Black men, and building a model that is Afrocentric, uses pro-social modeling, and emphasizes cultural strength and pride. And furthermore, to assist the students in completing their secondary education, access to higher education, and employment after high school. So I'll stop reading and just kind of speak to the heart for a little bit. I relocated from Chicago here, and through some meeting some great people was brought to the Project Mister program. The opportunity to work in the high schools and to help some of our young men has really been rewarding. We're currently working with students in 4 high schools in Seattle: Cleveland High School, Franklin High School, Garfield High School, and Rainier Beach. In addition to that, we do with our diversity, equity, and inclusion program, we are also partnering with students from north of the Montlake Cut, in addition to partnering with students from California and also a group of students from Chicago who tune in for our diversity, equity, and inclusion series. Our facilitators come into the high schools and work with a selected group of young men. What we do is we provide a culturally rich curriculum for the young men. We advocate for the young men, and through working with the young men from year to year, we look at helping that group move from their freshman to sophomore year to junior year, helping them build their skills for success, career enhancement, and develop college readiness. We do this through a couple of the programs that we offer, and of course, Project Mister is one. COVID changed the landscape for us. Being out of the schools made us really have to step our game up. And as it turns out, we had been working on putting together a digital platform for our students where we would be able to deliver our curriculum to a broader, or have a broader reach. Just when COVID hit, we were able to put our Project Mister digital online. It gave us the opportunity to continue on in March of this year. And we were able to continue with our curriculum. We were able to provide some outreach to the students, and we were able to engage the students through some really difficult times. We had students who, because we have some students who, when they go to school Monday through Friday, that is where they get their breakfast, and that's where they get their lunch. And sometimes that Friday afternoon after lunch, that might be the last meal that they may have all the way until Monday morning. With the interaction with the facilitators and the students, we were able to provide several thousand meals for our young men and their families. We were able to provide outreach so that families were able to have access to breakfast and lunch for their children. We were able to get some of the high schools and some of the schools to open up for the lunch and breakfast and lunch period. And we were also able to make some recommendations for students who were dealing with some emotional issues. The opportunity for the young men to engage in a forum where they could work with and address their concerns with people who look like them and that they could identify with, it was certainly a way for us to help them navigate this difficult time. And as it turns out, here we are, we're at the start of the school year, and it looks like COVID may be with us prayerfully only for a little bit. But in the meantime, we still want to make sure that we're not losing this group that is already furthest from academic equity. So we want to make sure that coming to Kent Lake High School, that we are able to provide an opportunity for young men to build their career and career-oriented goals, to get them ready for college, and to prepare them for what comes after high school. On the line with me is Dr. John German, who was one of the original founding members of the Breakfast Group. And also on the line is Malcolm Carter, who will be the facilitator at Kent Lake High School. Certainly provide an opportunity for them to say a couple of words.
Good evening. I'm John German, 30-year principal in Seattle Public Schools. I'm not a founder, not that old yet, but I was close to it. I had been a part of Project Mister since I returned to Seattle back in the 80s, and used it in the different high schools that I happened to be an administrator. I also had the opportunity to use through a program Seattle Public School has, and that is the middle college, high school, for those students, again, looking to go a little bit further than just high school to participate with it in that fashion. In those days, it was strictly on campus, and the students are involved and the speakers came there. After 40 years in education, I think Project Mister has probably been one of the more exciting programs because it does involve it can involve different districts, different profiles of young people. And we have just a great group of men willing to come in and help and work with the students, both talking to them and mentoring them. Thank you very much for this time. And I have a special interest in the superintendent being very successful. Thank you.
Malcolm, would you like to say a few words?
But I'm happy to be a part of the program. I hope that
We're having some problems with your audio.
having trouble hearing me.
Yeah, yes.
Better or no?
Yes.
I only wanted to say that I'm both excited and eager to work with the program and offer to young Black men in the public school system the opportunities that weren't available to me when I was young. So it's wonderful to be able to help.
You're going in and out a little bit.
Sorry if my mic isn't the greatest at the moment.
We'll have to do a little work on that. Would certainly entertain the opportunity to answer any questions as we're going along. I'll just go over a couple of points while we're waiting on that. We have over 200 professionals who volunteered their time to come into the class to speak to the students during the school year. And we have had speakers speak to over 50 of the local schools or schools in the area. 90% of the students who participate with Project Mister go on to graduate and graduate from high school, which is really important for us. And over the course of the 25 years that Project Mister has been in existence, we have put out close to $600,000 in scholarships for students attending trade school, 2-year university or 4-year universities. You can go to the next slide. And we can go to the next slide. Okay, there we go. The one thing I wanted to mention with the diversity, equity, and inclusion speaker series, Mondays, what we do is we have individuals from companies come in and speak to the students about diversity and equity. In that setting, we have the opportunity to expand our reach. So we have students who come from as far as Chicago and California who also sit in the classes with, or sit in on the speaker series with students from the Seattle area and now from the Kent area. I think this is really important. When students have the opportunity to see someone who looks like them, they can then model the possibility for success. We know that we would love for our students to be able to attend some of the greatest universities that are right here within a 5 to 10 mile span of the high schools. University of Washington, Seattle University, just to name two. But if our students aren't prepared, if they aren't working to be at those schools starting in 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, we're not saying that it's impossible for them to make it to those universities or other Ivy League schools or historically Black colleges, but it is certainly a much more difficult road. With Project Mister, we have the opportunity to provide a little guidance in terms of decision-making, how to get along with others, how to fill out applications, how to prepare for an interview, how to deal with conflict, in addition to other classes geared towards helping them be prepared for college and then also for the possibility of career after high school. So I'm gonna open it up to the floor. If you have some questions, I'd certainly be willing to answer.
One moment, Dr. Carter, before we move forward, I want to give Principal Maurer and both deans of students, Mr. Brett Thompson and Mrs. Mia Mbugwa, an opportunity to speak to why Kent Lake is the right location for Project Mister.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to first of all, work collaboratively with Project Mister on this very important work. On our call today is Brett Thompson and Mia Mbugwa, who are deans of students at Kent Lake High School. And as the leaders of our intervention teams, they spend a significant amount of time ensuring that all of our students, especially ensuring that some of the students that will be working with Project Mister have the opportunity to be successful and to envision themselves in the future. And really that is what this work is about, is supporting our students in envisioning what their future is going to look like and all the amazing opportunities that they have available to them, as well as have the skills necessary to be able to achieve those dreams. So currently where we are in the process is that Brett and Mia are going to be our Kent Lake team leads in this work. They have participated in some ongoing meetings with the team from Project Mister. In identifying the students to participate in this work, we have collaborated with administrators, counselors, and members of our intervention team to review student data on 9th and 10th graders, and it's a variety of different data, including anecdotal data from previous schools that have worked with our students to identify students with a readiness to really benefit from this work. And so we appreciate the time and energy and the inclusive manner in which Mia and Brett have organized and identified those that are ready to go. We welcomed Malcolm as our site coordinator to our Falcon family in our best virtual meeting welcome kind of way as we continue to adapt to this environment. And we have started our work to contact students, begin our meetings, setting dates, and getting the show up and running. In fact, to be honest with you, I think there was a meeting that was going to start today, and I didn't even got the chance to ask our deans of students how it went. So we are off and running to really develop a strong cohort that can work with Malcolm and the team to ensure that our students who are absolutely ready forge forward and towards their future are ready to go. So I think now, unless Mia or Brett would like to take a moment to add any additional information, we might be in a place to answer any questions that you might have.
So thank you very much for being here, Dr. Carter, and all of you. I'm sort of curious about your experiences with the Seattle school districts and how you feel this particular school district, Kent School District and Kent Lake in particular, would have a different program design, or do you see comparable ways in how you would work with our students? And what is the uniqueness you see that needs to get addressed at Kent Lake?
Sure. So I come to the Seattle area with 28 years of military experience, 28 years in the Air Force Reserves, and 23 years as a Chicago police officer working in organized crime. And in all of that time, the one thing that I realize is that the opportunity to have someone there right at the right time when students are making the decision of whether or not they're going to be all in high school or whether they're going to tune out is something that's needed, not just in the Seattle area, not just in Chicago, not just in California, but all over. So, and that's not lost in the Kent School District. There are various community-based organizations that provide assistance for this group. And I think, again, the thing that we bring to the table is that we are able to bring in volunteers from the community who've attended some of the schools to speak to our young men, to mentor them, to help them network, to help them prepare for that next step. Again, the one thing that I stress to our facilitators and to the principals that we work with is that we can't wait until students hit their senior year to decide that's when we're going to go all in and help them to be the best that they can. Our young men get disillusioned graduating from 8th grade, all of a sudden being a little fish in a little pond or a big pond, and not being sure if this is something that they want to do. We look at Project Mister as a way to bridge that gap to help keep this target audience motivated and focused in the direction that's going to help them achieve success. And I think the thing that I also mention is that, you know, this is a living and growing opportunity. We don't have all of the answers, but we have plenty of people who come to the table with opportunities, with education and with knowledge, and with focus and direction to help us move the needle on helping our young men make it through this difficult time.
Thank you.
So I thank you for the presentation. I am a huge fan of your work. I do have a question, a couple of questions actually. My first question is recognizing that you know, demographics are a small part. So for example, you know, the ethnic demographics. I'm wondering about when you say, I know you're working with particularly at-risk youth, it sounds like, but I do know that in some cases, and I'm probably thinking that this might be a case with Kent Lake where I don't know that the poverty level necessarily is so high, but sometimes, you know, with African-American boys in particular, the at-risk part is simply the color of their skin. And so how are you then supporting staff? Because we know sometimes, right, because I know, having done some of this work with students of color, sometimes there's, I'll say, pushback from staff and there's staff who are not bought into necessarily supporting this group of students. So how are you making that? Because I know when you're there, it's great, but I also know that when you're not there, it cannot be great. So for those students. And so how are you then supporting that environment? Or is there a component of working with staff to help to, you know, identify areas where these students need to be supported, where they might not be being supported? Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm just, you know, when this color of your skin is a risk factor, which we know that it is for our boys, our young men, at times, how are you helping to mitigate that?
So I think the one way that we're mitigating that is to let the students know that we're advocating for them. In not having a voice or in having lost a voice, some of our students, and I certainly don't mean to say that we only work with at risk. I'll just say that we are working with our opportunity young men.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the liaison between the family and the school, or between the teacher and the student, is something that needs to occur. And with that in place, and gentle guidance and belief, our young men can flourish. I certainly don't want folks to think that we are only geared towards helping students who are about to fall out of the system or who are closest to the school to prison pipeline. Our goal is to make sure that our students never make it into the school to prison pipeline. My goal is to make sure that juvenile detention facilities never have any of our students in them. If we can show up during the school day, during the school year, and talk to these young men and let them know that they have a choice on how successful they can be, whether that is with education or whether that is through employment, the opportunity to sit down and to learn how to engage, not only with each other, but then also with teachers who don't look like them, who don't come from their walk of life, who have not grown up in their neighborhoods. These are things that you would think that we would be taught in kindergarten through 8th grade. That's not the case. Well, we come to the table with that knowledge and that skill to help instill that in the young men.
If I could add as well, this work with Project Mister aligns with a lot of work that we're doing throughout Kent Lake to address issues of race, just to call it out. We are dedicated to trauma-informed, resilient schools work. It's embedded in everything that we are doing right now. And we see this meld nicely with that work as we really take on, with all of our hearts, to be a resilient school, to build resiliency in our school, in our students. And we're acknowledging the fact that we are a predominantly white staff and we have a lot to learn. And we're okay with that because we also know that this is an opportunity for us to learn, and we're dedicated to that learning. And we see that bringing Malcolm in particular as a member of our Falcon family into our classrooms, into our staff meetings, it's going to be a terrific opportunity for us to figure out how we can better serve our students of color.
Thank you, Principal Mara. That was exactly what I was looking for. So thank you. My second question is, what is, so again, I'm a huge fan of the program. And so is there conversation around possibly expanding? Because I know a lot of times schools that are higher risk tend to get a lot of resources. And I know schools that are considered lower risk don't get as many. So I appreciate that this is there and the needs are there as well. I think sometimes they're overlooked because people don't recognize that the needs are there. Is there talk about maybe going to a Kentwood or another school in Kent for these services as well?
So the opportunity for growth is definitely something that we are looking towards. My mindset is that we're not serving enough kids. Yeah. We need to be serving kids not only in the Seattle area, but across Washington, Renton, Tukwila, Kent, Puyallup, all the way down to Tacoma. through our platform, I've been able to make sure that our learning management system can hold events of up to anywhere between 2,500 and 5,000 students. So that's our goal, to have that type of reach, to where we are hosting events, whether it's college tours, whether it is cooperation with Google or Microsoft for events, to be able to open that learning and to open those opportunities up, not just to the students that we are dealing with just at Kent Lake, but to quite a few more schools. So is there the possibility that we could look at bringing Project Mister to 3 to 4 high schools in the Kent district? The answer to that is yes. I would love to see that.
All right, well, thank you again for your work, and thank you, Principal Maurer, for being a leader in this work in your building. It's much appreciated.
Dr. Carter, I'd like to thank you very much for being here. I'm curious, honestly, I've done a lot of mentoring and tutoring in 5 different school districts. Obviously, I come at it from a different perspective because I look different in many ways. I'm curious, from a practical matter, how do you, I mean, what would be the initial start to this? What can you tell me about the action? How would you start this? Would you have a meeting and with individually one-on-one, or would be a group meeting, or how can you kind of give me some actualities of how this would play out, please?
Sure. So to initially begin, after the students are identified, we would look at meeting with all of the students in a group setting, and to give them an idea of the things that we're going to be working on with them, so that it's not a surprise, so that we can keep them tuned in. So after a group meeting, we would then look at working with each student individually. There are students that are going to be at varying scales of success. So if we need to bring in students who need assistance with science or math, we are partnered with the University of Washington Black Initiative to have some of the college students speak to and help the students in those areas. If we have students who are interested in art or tie design, we have young men who are adept at working with them in that situation. Now, in addition to the curriculum, our mentors come in once a week or every other week to talk to the young men about different subjects. The first couple of months is more of a getting to know the different mentors. Towards February, we look more towards African American history. And then in the months of March, April, and March, April, and May, we start to focus on practical things: how to fill out an application, how to prepare for an interview, how to dress for an interview. We engage them in one of the activities that we have called Tie One On. We bring young African-American men, young Black and brown boys, to a luncheon in the downtown area where each young man is paired with a mentor who then engages and has lunch with that mentor. And then the rites of passage event that takes place is the mentors show the young men how to tie a tie. It's a really symbolic gesture. It's really powerful. The young men have the opportunity to listen to, in addition to listening to some pretty impressive speakers come in to speak, they have the opportunity to network and then carry those relationships on further with those mentors, in addition to the possibility of being led to internships and possible summer employment. So the curriculum will pace on a daily basis with individual involvement with the facilitator. There will be some digital learning that the students will do on their own, and then they will then come to the group to discuss the lesson that they learned on the digital platform. In addition to that, Malcolm would be available during the school day to meet with the students and the instructors if a one-on-one situation is needed. And then we'll also have the opportunity to take the time to then reach out to parents if that should need to take place. But I think what's really important is the opportunity to take time with the students and to help them to dodge some of the potholes and landmines that are in place. I can't say that every student that we deal with is going to be, you know, at such high risk that we need to be concerned. Believe it or not, the bell curve of students sit right in that area where, in being disengaged, a lot of what's missing in terms of their grades is they're just not turning in the homework, or they're not doing the test, or they're not engaging. So the opportunity to have that one-on-one conversation is, you know, with the student and the instructor, and to say, hey, listen, you know, this student it looks like they're getting a D at this point. What do we need to do to bring that grade up, 1, even 2-letter grades? And believe it or not, sometimes it's just something as simple as, yeah, it's just missing 4 homework assignments. If he does the 4 homework assignments or does this paper, we can, you know, that'll bring that grade up. Well, then we're going to work with the student. We're going to take some time during that class period and arrange some independent study time after school, if necessary, if we can, to help get that work done. And I think in building those relationships between the students and the teachers, and then also between the parents and the teachers, you know, we're setting the students up for success.
Just one thought is, one of the things that I found valuable, and I started my work way when I was 19, working with kids in high-risk elementary schools. But the last 6 years, I've worked in community of schools here in Kent with the high school kids, and continuing that relationship beyond high school. I've kept in touch with a lot of my mentees, and that's a time when it can be very crucial to them, if you've built that relationship in high school too, to continue that relationship, you know, if they want to do that, and that works out. But it's also you might get them through high school, but then, you know, that big jump of where going into the real world can be, you know, pretty tough sometimes too. So thank you for the work you're doing and the explanation. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. German, do you have any final words?
I have a question. I have questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
I always have questions. So I'm really excited about this. I actually got a chance to talk to Dr. Watts yesterday, and was asking about this, and, you know, why only one high school. And then one thing that we talked about yesterday too is at the Washington State School Directors Association conference, I attended a session on involving students in, you know, school boards, and we have a policy to have a student on the school board. And I was just wondering if that's something too, because the idea is to reach out to students beyond what would normally be involved in student government, you know, be like the ASB president or something, but reach out beyond that and just help identify leaders that wouldn't necessarily see themselves as leaders, and encourage them to submit an application to, say, be on the school board as a student representative, things like that. So have you done any work with that with your students?
Sure. So one of the valuable lessons that we impart to the students is number one, politics controls everything around us. It determines where you're going to go to school, where you will be buried, where hospitals will be located, if there's going to be a police station every 2 square miles, where the next fire department is going to be, everything around us. What's important for our young men to understand at an early age is that it's just important to have a seat at the table. And so the planting that seed, listen, you know, we don't necessarily want students to feel like they get out of school and then they have to be engaged in 8 and 9 different activities. Right. But the knowledge that it is important to have a voice. It's not enough to say you're dissatisfied with something. What's really important is to know how to change that. And so that's one of the important lessons that's part of the curriculum that we work with the students on.
Well, thank you so much. And I just look forward to this and hope we get to chat again. And like I said, I hope I planted a seed in the back of your mind about that, because I would like to see that to be robust and have some of our students that haven't participated in that way consider it.
Sure, certainly.
And Director Bettinger, we do have at Kent Lake a diversity council, and we are working on empowering the voices of our students of color to give them a way to access administration so we can hear their thinking, as well as be a part of looking at what in our school we can do in order to create a positive experience for our students of color. In fact, that work is also being led by Brett and Mia. And so it would be fantastic if our students involved in Project Mister are also participants and leaders in our diversity council as well.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
If I could, one of the things that's really neat with this program is this All Achievers Award, which is the end of the school year. And in the last years before this pandemic, just about every student who completes the year in this project, we can almost guarantee them a scholarship. Now, and when I say that, the scholarship can be, you need to go into trades, but you got to get through and get qualified to even get in there. South Seattle Community College, and there are other ones that are college now, and there are other colleges that one can go. They may not have the money for it, but if they know at the end of the 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, even 1 year, if they go through this types of programs, understanding what we're trying to do. We are not a teacher, and we're not saying we're teaching them all the math and all the history and English. That's not what this role is. This role is a support system that typically is not in a school. You know, you may have a great coach that does a hell of a lot of jobs around there, or you have a counselor that gets out there and spends the time after school and. That's where we're trying to fill that void in helping the school. And when I was working, that's one of the things. The teachers can't be every place all the time. So if you can get them involved in something else, I used to call it the hook. If you can hook them on something, and that's what this, then they will come and say, well, maybe. And then if you have speakers that are speaking their language, and as you met Malcolm, he's not as old as Dr. Carter is. He's more young like I am, but he can kind of talk their language. Is he the one's going to give them an A or a B or a failure in a class? No, that's not his job. But his is to make sure that that bridge is there and they feel comfortable about talking with Malcolm about issues we probably wouldn't know unless they became probably something negative. So again, the Breakfast Group as a group of men, and we've been around over 40 some years, you know, we saw this particular void. And when it got started, we started working within the schools. For Seattle's only 4 at this point, but it also is a financial situation. And all those scholarships and things are not money out of their school districts, it's money either we raise or now as we move out into the community, into other communities, monies that raise for scholarships. But basically, what I'm saying is, if every kid knows they can get a scholarship, either a 2-year, a 4-year, a legacy, which is all 4 years, or going into the trades. If they know they can get that, if they complete, that's a heck of a big hook. I'm not passionate at all about
it. Dr. German, I share your passion about working with kids, and unbelievably, we're probably about the same age, and I know you actually get hooked yourself when you're with kids too, because they give back a lot to you too, don't they?
Yeah. Yes, they do. And I think you don't get rich being in education, but where you get rich is when kids come back, they've finished something, whatever it may be, they finished it, finished further education, and they want to introduce you to their mother or grandmother, or these are my kids, or this is my wife, or this is what I've done. And, you know, I've gone through thousands in 40 years in education, and through three major, and the first thing, I really like urban education, and Kent is in an urban district. It's getting bigger and bigger. I am a product of Seattle Public Schools. I am a product of Franklin High School. But in going away, I've now worked in Palo Alto School District, which is suburban. I have worked in Long Beach School District, and I worked in San Diego. And so my wife and I have been able to move the families when I get other jobs that I kind of want to go to in another area. The hook is the biggest thing. If they believe in you as an educator, but believe in you as a person, and you say, you know, you guys, you know you're doing wrong. Come on, let's move on over. Then in fact, you get them to do what we're trying to say. And that's what Dr. Carter's kind of laying on out, that it's, this is exciting. And getting into Kent, I hope we get into Renton and Tukwila, as he pointed out, to maybe Tacoma. But this is a program that can spread out a long, long ways.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Carter, Dr. Jones, and all the people here, Principal Maurer, Mr.
Johnny, yeah.
Everybody for your presentation here. And looking forward to see Malcolm up there at Kent Lake High School. It's not too far from where I live. I might be there checking you out, seeing what you're doing.
We are really looking forward to putting the program on and helping the school district and then even growing in the district. Dr. Watts has let us know that we have his every confidence, and we have let him know that we are going to work to make sure that the young men that are in our stead we're going to work to make them as successful as we can. And as a cohort, as they grow from their freshman year to sophomore to junior to senior year, and we follow that up with additional students, you know, we're looking to have a large conglomerate of young men who are working towards a successful future.
Terrific, absolutely terrific.
Thank you so much. And I have to tell Dr. German, my mom went to Franklin High School, so.
If she was in the class of 61, I probably know her.
She was a few years older than you.
Oh,
but
I'm glad to hear
3.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a good school.
Yes.
All right, I think that concludes our report. Am I correct here? Anybody else? We've all gotten our questions answered. Thank you again. We're on to 7.02, the 2019-2020 F196 financial report. Exciting stuff, numbers, right? Here we go. And we're going to call on Mr. Barrick. If you would be so kind to give us a report, Mr. Barrick, please.
Sure. Karen, will I be sharing my screen, or will you be sharing?
You will be sharing your screen.
Okay. Let's see if I can make that happen. Okay, does everyone see that? Great. Good evening, board members, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. My pleasure to walk you through what's called the F196, which is the technical term, but really it's the year-end financial report for fiscal year 20, which is the 19-20 school year. You have a memo that's a summary memo in your packet, and you'll note that there's a link in that memo, and that link takes you to the actual technical F-196 document. So if you wanted to wade through the details of that, you are more than welcome to do so. I have some slides where I've kind of pulled out some key features of that, but that document I think is well over 100 pages and is not a useful document to go over at a board meeting. But just to let you know that you have it by virtue of that link. So this is what we call the fund summary slide. You'll find this in the very first pages of that linked document. And this provides an overview of revenues expenses for the year that we just closed. 3 takeaways that I wanted to highlight. First is that we're getting close to $500 million in expenditures as an entire organization, all funds. So that gives you a sense of the size and scope of our operation. Our total fund balance as an organization, all funds, is $211 million, and over half of that is in the capital projects fund. So we are in a situation right now where we have sold a number of bonds, and now, as you have discussed in earlier work sessions, about to finish major projects, whether it be the New Valley School, the academy, building new classrooms, etc. And then finally, the general fund balance is $49.9 million when you look at it from an unassigned, unreserved, and undesignated standpoint, $64.4 million if you look total. The next few slides give you kind of slices of how you can look at the budget. Here we're going to look at the sources of revenue for our budget last year. And what's noteworthy here is that at $327 million now, the state is, of course, by far the largest source of our revenue, but it now exceeds 80%. It's at 80.3%. The critical support of our community, as represented in that darker blue portion, which represents the levy, and also fees and contributions from our local community, constitutes 12.3%, or a little over $50 million. These are general fund expenses, and this is a portrait that looks a little different this year than it did last year or in any previous year. What you see is the expenses for last year represented by object. Certificated salaries and employee benefits are, of course, by far our 2 largest slices of the pie. A couple of things, a couple of insights. One would be perhaps not a surprise, but the travel component of our expenditures went to an infinitesimal amount, due primarily to the effects of COVID. So normally we would have a slightly different distribution here, but travel was essentially a non-existent expenditure last year. And then the other insight that I wanted to offer here is that if you took the green, the light blue, and the dark blue, which would essentially constitute all of the expenses that we have that are associated with compensation and staff, that number last year was over 85%, which again is unusually large because the other components were drawn down as a result of COVID. So there's a kind of an interesting dynamic with this particular year where salary became an even larger part of our overall spending. Okay, this is a depiction of our expenditures by activity. A couple of insights that I would like to offer. And I would base this both on this 1-year expense, but I also went back and looked 5 years back because I think this tells a story that we can be proud of as KSD as we've gone through this financial transformation. At 79.2%, activity 20, which is the grouping of expenditures that we associate with instruction, has grown the most over the 5 years ending last year. Okay, so as you look at all the activities, which activities have gotten larger, which activities have gotten smaller as a percent of the budget, instruction has grown the most. Conversely, administration, which is associated with activity 10, has diminished over the same time period. So if you look at the 5 years, we've increased the portion that we spent on instruction, decreased the portion that we spent on administration, which I would think would be a positive narrative in terms of how we've essentially reinvested our funds over the last 5 years. Okay. Slide 6 is on staffing. We ended up, this is the staffing report at the end of the school year. We ended up with 2,920.7 staffing FTE following the end of the school year. I thought you might appreciate a CARES Act update, as there's been much discussion about the CARES Act, and it may have come up during legislative session. Kent School District is eligible for a total of $7.3 million in CARES Act funding. Remember, this was the emergency relief funding provided via OSPI, but from the federal government to essentially address many of the financial hardships created through the COVID pandemic. To date, so this is fiscal year 2020 close, right? So when I say to date, reflected in this close would be 4.9 million of that has been claimed, okay? Meaning that a little over 2 and almost 2.4, it looks like, remains to be claimed and will be claimed this year. The intent of that CARES Act funding is essentially to try to mitigate the one-time impacts of the pandemic on school districts. So it's not just for any cost, it's for costs that you can demonstrate were a function of the pandemic. So things like PPE, things like professional development associated with, moving the entire system to a virtual environment, and these sorts of expenses. We've had no shortage of these types of expenses. And as time has gone on, OSPI has made further clarification about, for example, lost revenue associated with COVID can also be included. Some of the impacts to people transportation that we've talked about before can also be included as well. Okay, so what you have before you is a very long and technical document, and frankly, I don't recommend reading it, which is why I'm giving you a summary. But here are 3 highlights that I think that you could draw from the fiscal year 2020 close. The first is that we seem to be on a positive trajectory in 2 ways. The first way, obviously, is that we've restored our fund balance to a healthy situation, and our balance sheet compares to our peer districts in a way that it has never before. But there's a second part of this, which is how are we spending our money, right? Where are we investing our money within these funds? And so one of the key slides in there is talking about more and more money going into instruction and less going into administration. Now, that is not necessarily inherently good, because at a certain point you need to make investments in administration, I'm here to tell you. But as a general trend, I think it's a positive one and speaks well of the decisions that have been made. The big story for this year and next will be major expenditures out of Fund 20 capital. You saw a large fund balance in the capital projects fund, and lots of large projects ongoing in that. And finally, as it relates to the future, now this is a year-end review, but as it relates to the future, I'm highlighting January, February, and March of this year as being a period that will produce a lot of important new information for the district and its budget. For one, we will get the revised revenue estimates from OSPI. For 2, we start to get a flavor for the legislature's approach to how they're going to address school funding. And I think it was mentioned earlier about a legislative priority on avoiding mid-year cuts, but there is historical precedent for mid-year cuts. So just knowing, is that something we need to prepare for? How extensive, the types of things they may be looking to cut would all start to become information available to us in January and February as the legislature convenes. That concludes my presentation, or I'm happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate your presentation, Ben, and I also can't help but believe that the larger focus of instruction has led to the gains that we see with our students and resulting in graduation rates and all of that. So I'm really excited about that, and you guys should be very proud. The district should be really proud about the work that's happened. So thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree with Vice President Daniels, and I am curious about the 4.9 million CARES Act fund. You talked about what it can be expended upon and what can be considered as an expense under that, but
Yeah.
what is it that we cannot consider under that? What are the restrictions that you're seeing?
So the general rule that we've been given is if it is an expense that can be demonstrated as one time and in response to the pandemic, then it meets the first hurdle of eligibility. But if it's an expense that the district normally incurs anyway, right? Like we couldn't just say, oh, we bought some laptops this year. Well, we buy laptops every year, right? So we would have to be able to show that this was an amount of laptops, an amount of hotspots or things that we bought over and above for this specific situation. And so that's kind of the conceptual threshold. And then they've gone through and given us kind of some do's and don'ts. We can't simply use the salary and benefits of staff that we've had, you know, that are part of our kind of base staff situation. There are specific preclusions on types of technology. Originally, they said no on, for example, lost revenue to the district, like if COVID created lost revenue to the district, whether it be local revenue, or they have recently softened on that. And so, yeah, without kind of pulling out the regulations, I think that's the best thing I think to keep in mind is it really is designed for the unique expenses associated with this situation and not the regular expenses of a school district.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we're following some of the audit controls and associated with that was discussed earlier as well. Because I know in my other life, we're also dealing with this COVID funding, which is great to have, but there's restrictions also associated with it.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure of that. And then you talked about transportation. So what exactly does that entail? Is that for covering? It's not covering salaries for our transportation workers.
Well, so under the revised guidance, OSPI has communicated that they will entertain proposals for lost revenue, right? Well, we have lost revenue in pupil transportation because we don't have the same ridership, and ridership generates revenue. So what we're going to explore with them in our second collection is if we can demonstrate that we have less ridership through COVID, which we clearly can, which all school districts for the most part will be able to do, can we make that as a claim? Because as you know, we've continued to pay our bus driver team. Not all districts have, so they might not be equally positioned to make that claim. So they haven't said yes or no to that.
Okay. Okay, great. Good luck. Thank you. That'd be great.
I am one of the people that looked at the 80-page document, and I appreciate the links. Will you do me a huge favor and bring up page 9? Because I think that one, when I was looking at it, it discusses the most high-level financial oversight view of it, because I have a couple questions.
Okay, is it page 9 of the PowerPoint or page 9 of the link?
Page 9 of the link, so page 9 of 80.
Okay, just give me a minute here.
Yep. And while you're doing that, I would say, yeah, I agree that this is more than just one meeting. And now being on the board for a year, when we talk about plan, do, study, act with the budget cycle, and things like that. I recall that we started budget meetings early in the new year. So like I said, I just want to ask a couple questions on that page.
Okay. Is this the one you're looking at?
I don't see it right now on the screen.
It says I'm sharing it. Can I get a nod of heads from people if you're seeing my screen or not? No? Okay.
I don't see it.
So I'm going to push stop share and then reshare, see if that works.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does that work?
Yep, I see it now. Is this page 9? Yes. Okay. So I see some variants that I'm concerned about. So I am going to want, like, at a future meeting, so I'm just putting this out there because I'm going to want a spreadsheet and a narrative. I'm going to want a work session. And I'm going to want to talk about CFAC also maybe getting involved because, you know, we talked about the increased spending in instruction and the decrease in admin, but I see that we underspent regular instruction by 17 million and we underspent compensatory programs by 5 million. And it looks like we underspent support services by 11 million. So that's like a total, that's like $40 million we didn't spend on regular instruction, compensatory programs, and support services. It's a little hard to read the screen. So I just, and again, when we talk about the decrease in admin, I know we've had some turnover in admin this year. So, and like an important position like head of payroll, or I'm sorry if I'm misstating the title, but some big positions in administration also have left and resulted, is that a potential that it resulted in the decrease in expenditures? Am I frozen?
No.
Am I frozen?
No.
Ben is frozen.
Oh, Ben is frozen.
Ben is frozen. Yeah, you're not frozen.
Okay.
It's 30.
There you go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I thought I was frozen, so because it's usually me.
Was I frozen?
Yeah.
Yes. So whatever you were saying, you may need to repeat if you were.
Okay.
Thank you, Ben.
So
wait, first, before you start, I'm sorry, before you start, I'm not asking, like I said before at the beginning, I'm not asking for answers right now on the fly unless you have them. What I really want is, as we go into our budget work for the new year, I'm going to want the answers. Like I'm going to want a spreadsheet or in a narrative when we have our work session so we can talk about it. So that's why I wanted to point it out now. And also, you know, when I look at the increased instruction spending over the years, but then I see that we didn't spend quite a bit of money, you know, that's a big variance. Then I wonder why. And I think when I asked you also could the admin spending be related to some pretty high level positions that were, you know, people left this year?
So it would only reflect spending that occurred last school year from September to August of last year.
Right.
And the other thing to keep in mind is that, and you know, you can draw any particular conclusion that you think is reasonable, but just that.
Oh, he froze again. Or I froze.
No, he froze.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Ben, you're frozen.
Sorry.
I'll follow up too with an email.
Thank you, Director Benjer.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I was just going to say that this reflects spending from last school year. So anything that existed pre-September 1st. And
I understand.
Yep. And sure, anytime you have turnover in in positions, that's going to be an impact, but it'd be an impact in every year, not just that year, right? So if you're doing a 5-year analysis, there's just a certain amount of turnover that would be part of, it'd be apples to apples to apples to apples to apples, if that makes sense, for all 5 years.
Mhm.
And then on the, you've asked a fairly detailed question on the other part. So I'm guessing that I won't have an answer that's going to fully
Right.
resolve that in the moment.
Right. That's why I said I'm going to probably be asking for a work session because, I asked last time we met, I asked about the 9 million unassigned and now it's 49.9 unassigned. So that's going to be part of it too. So I just wanted to give a heads up more than anything because, I think a variation, when we approve a budget, and this might not be a budget that I approved, but because I wasn't on the board at the time, but it's when we talk about our students and instruction and admin, supporting our students and things like that, looking at it through an equity lens and just making sure that, it's not the board's purview to dig down into the weeds, but I did question when we left almost $40 million that we didn't spend, and the decrease looks like it's in instruction.
I just wanted to just make sure the fact is known that 49.9 million is not the assigned portion of the
No,
fund
it's the
balance.
unassigned.
Yeah.
And I was asking about, and last time we talked, it was 9 million unassigned, and now it's gone up by 40 million. So maybe that's about where the 40 million is. But anyway, I just wanted to get that on your radar that I'm going to be wanting to talk about this more deeply in a work session.
I appreciate that. And trust me, I have no interest in, I just want it to be clear that the 9 million and the 49 million are not the same thing. And I'm happy to help try to resolve that lack of clarity in a future conversation.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric.
I'm not still frozen.
You're not still frozen. Thank you very much. We're now on to 8.0, Board of Directors discussion. And right off the bat, there is 8.01, the first reading of Policy 3211, Gender Inclusive Schools. Dr. Harmon is available for any questions. On 8.01, does anybody have any discussion or questions?
I think it might be good to just clarify, we've already kind of ran over these and just, so this is just to put them on the agenda so we can go ahead and move at the next meeting to approving them.
Right, so as a reminder, Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. As a reminder, Policy 3211 spoke to changes in the Washington State rules and law around gender inclusivity and a student's ability to be treated consistent with their asserted gender identity and gender expression while at school. And it laid out some of those rights and responsibilities as a district that we have in ensuring that school is not only a safe place, but an inclusive place for those students.
Right, and 8.02 is a first reading. And again, we have gone over these, but it's Policy 3413, Student Immunizations and Life-Threatening Health Conditions. We did have some discussion on that. Obviously, we have some other immunizations that could be coming up here in the future.
Yes. And again, this just spoke to Washington State Board of Health and laws around students being required to have evidence of immunizations and providing additional clarity around those exceptions that are exempted for families who are choosing not to immunize their students. And so it laid out clarity around the conditional status, as well as school districts having to offer information around tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis immunizations for 7th through 12th grade students each year. And so not requiring that students have the immunizations, but requiring that we inform parents of the availability of those and the benefits of those immunizations.
And moving right along to 8.03, first reading on policy 6114, gifts and memorials. It was just more for clarification on those. Do you want to speak to that, Dr. Harmon?
So just as a reminder, we were discussing the dollar threshold that might be appropriate for gifts and memorials that come to the board, and the balance of how to do that when certain boosters or other clubs. We had a robust discussion on that Saturday board meeting around how to balance that and how to possibly create a space where we can suggest a list of possible schools that have needs or other places so that we can ensure that there's balance and equity in those donations across the district, but still giving the donor the ability to meet their goals and philanthropic needs.
And thank you. And moving on to 8.04, the timeline for filling vacant board positions, and those are some of our policies.
And I'll speak up first because I'm the one who asked to have this on the agenda because I've not experienced this before. And I wanted to have a discussion, and since it was sent to us in email, we can't discuss it over email. We have to discuss it in an open public meeting. So, and one of the things in my learning at the Coaching and Leading for Racial Equity class is talking about the status quo and some things that, that sense of urgency that sometimes can fall under white supremacy culture. And I know that the timeline to me gave such a sense of urgency. We have 90 days to accomplish it. And with the holiday in the midst of it, I am afraid that we might lose anyone who wanted to, to fulfill our policy, which was trying to really make sure that we reach out to everybody who would want an opportunity to apply for this position. I'm concerned about feels to me like an aggressive timeline, having an application submitted by January 7th. Seems like it would reduce the opportunity for some people to participate, especially, like I said, given the holiday season. And so I'm just wondering if we can push out the timeline by like 2 weeks. And also, I noticed, it's come up before that there is nothing on this timeline about orientation. And I know that President-elect Daniels has talked about didn't get orientation. And I know that President Hamada, myself, and Director Bowen didn't get orientation. So I wanted to talk about potentially adding orientation to this timeline. And then also I'm confused why the board doesn't approve this timeline, why it's just a discussion topic, because this is board work and it's in the board policy series. So again, this timeline was submitted to us as a potential timeline, but we didn't get a chance to talk about it or vote on it. So that's why I wanted to discuss it. So my major things are adding orientation and pushing out the timeline by 2 weeks.
So this timeline, if I understood correctly, this is a sample of what we have experienced in the past when we appointed Director Hardy. And prior to that, other board members, I know Karen has gone back and checked at all the dates. One of the consideration is also that we may have a situation, as we did with Director Hardy's, where we didn't get enough application, or we extended the timeline for another week or so. And then we're also dependent on our board meetings, because the decision has to be made at our regular board meetings. So we have a number of obstacles to consider when coming up with this tight timeline. If we don't find enough candidates, it gives us additional time to for folks to apply again. So that was, I think that was the consideration with this timeline. It's not something, and I discussed with Karen or anyone else, but I know historically this has been the pattern, the number of weeks and days that it has to go through just to ensure that we are done in 90 days, which I believe is sometime in March, early March. Yeah.
And so in that helps a lot. And in your past history, was there a 2-week like school closure, school break? When
No.
Not the one that I went through.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Director Bettinger. That was my thought too, is I thought maybe if we even pushed it out to begin after July 2nd or after July 1, or January, I'm sorry. So that would give us the full time without the holiday. I agree, because I don't think it did happen during the holidays, and that really does throw things off.
Right.
And I mean, on the policy itself, I don't think it clarifies that those are school calendar days or just days. So we could interpret that in a different way, correct?
I don't think it'd be school days because it's not relevant to the school process. I think it's just calendar days.
That changes things then,
Right. Yes. But calendar days, December 10th to, I think it's sometime in March, I certainly understand making sure we have enough time. And so to that end, again, the sense of urgency was bothering me just because it just felt inequitable. And especially since, let's face it, this has been a rough year for our families and pretty much everyone in the Kent community for various reasons. And to give opportunity to people to have a break and then think about this is, I think, important as well, because, I think leading up to the holiday too, people get frazzled.
I think another thing to consider though is that, we still have to conduct board business in those 3 months, that January to March. And, with the potential of having only 4 board members and potentially a split vote, then that would also hamper our progress with doing things also. So I think there's that piece also that we have to think about because we still have to conduct, our business and honestly thinking about if we're talking about going back to school the end of January and all those things, there's going to be a lot, I think, that might be happening that we might have to make decisions on. So I think that that's something to also keep in mind.
Right.
Yeah. So I think realistically, I don't know if we could extend it more than a week. So maybe a deadline to apply January 14th. Review January 21st. So push everything back or forward a week.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, with the holiday, I think this really changes things, and I'd like to see us really get a push out to get this out to people. And a lot of people, quite frankly, are checked out during the holidays and focus simply, well, not as much this year, but maybe they are even more so, I don't know. But I'd like to see us add some time to that. And I mean, do we have to be locked into actual days and everything? Does that have to be in the promotions? Help me with that.
Within 90 days. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the discussion by the board. And I don't want to belabor. We just wanted to provide additional context. Both Karen and Melissa and I have been working from an operational standpoint on this matter. I want to make sure that we are abiding by our time constraints as well. Melissa, there are obviously some context pieces that are important for us to talk about given our discussion.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Watts. President Hamada, board, good evening. Some other things that we've taken into consideration when reviewing this beyond the RCW that does require the 90 days, which puts us at March 9th, is the number of regular board meetings. where the action has to be taken at a regular board meeting to swear in the new board member. So from here, between here and March 9th, we have 3 regular board meetings to take that action. And that is January 27th, well, January 13th, but that is obviously very soon. So after that, we have January 27th, February 10th, and February 24th. So there are only 3 regular board meetings to really have that action be taken between here and March 9th, because it must take place at a regular board meeting.
January 13th and 27th, February 10th and 24th, that's 4 board meetings.
Well, considering the fact that to be able to recruit, review, interview, have a public hearing by January 13th, we didn't think that would be possible, Director Bettinger. So we looked at the timeline and based it on that. And knowing also that, as Director Venkatasalam said, we did have to go out last time and recruit a second time and re-advertise the position. Excuse me, not recruit, but re-advertise the position, and to get enough applicants to review the applications and go through the process. So that is why we wanted to have this initial timeline for reviewing, having the deadline to apply the first time on January 7th, with, starting it as soon as possible, and then having that application process begin as early as possible. So that is why we're looking at this, also considering the fact that February 15th through 19th is midwinter break. So there are 2 breaks within this 90-day period, not just one.
So February 10th could be the, if we were to push it forward a week on the board agenda, we could have it on February 10th and still leave a little bit of time for extension.
I would be in favor of at least a week. Yeah.
So point of order, do we need to make a motion and vote on changing the timeline?
I don't think we can, because it was just for discussion today, right?
Yeah, it was just on.
Curtis, you're on mute.
Yeah, if I'm looking at here, it's for discussion only. There's not marked for action. Certainly you can take action and fix the timeline at a future board meeting.
So at the January 13th board meeting, we'd need to take action to change the timeline?
That's not desirable.
Director Bettinger, my understanding is this is the work of the district, and the board action is begins with the review of applications. So the work of posting and all of the other work, the timeline, is actually the work of the district staff, not the board. So that timeline, I don't think takes any motion of the board.
Action taken, right. That's why it was listed as informational for that reason. That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So, but we do participate obviously in the executive session and then the special meeting.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Yeah. So okay, so to summarize, I think I would prefer if we would move it out a week.
So that would be January 14th deadline to apply, and review would be what, January 21st?
Yeah.
And then the sworn in date would be February 10th board agenda.
Yeah.
So do I hear we can do that without even a motion or something, just implement it?
Well, if it's the district's action, then I guess they decide if they want to take our recommendation. Is that correct, Mr. Leonard?
Yes, that is correct.
And so we can certainly take a look at the considerations. And I think it does seem simple as we're looking at these dates. They're listed on a piece of paper. The reality is there's quite a few things, as we've just already discussed, that are going on, including the breaks that we do need to consider. Duly noted, and certainly we will keep our board informed of the operational aspects of this process of filling a vacant board position.
Okay, and then the last piece is orientation. So that's board work too. We just can add that to the calendar. Yes, that's board work.
So do I hear you saying that as of tomorrow, and we haven't got to this point, but we have to have an answer on how we're going to advertise this and how soon we're going to advertise this? So we're going to have a decision within one day, right? From the operational point of this?
President Hamada, yes. Once action is taken by the board on the resignation this evening, we will then work to revise the timeline, and communication that's been completed on the current timeline will need time to make all the revisions to the timeline, and then we can begin the advertisements for the applicant drive. Yes.
And so help me to understand that would take place. I mean, how long does that take place from an operational point of view?
We will just need a little bit of time to revise our communications and have a meeting to revise the timeline and look at the calendars and look at those meeting dates to look at what that's going to look like. With the planned meetings that we already have in place for boundaries and other things, as Dr. Watts mentioned, we just need a little bit of time to make those revisions, but we can make it happen. I'm certain.
Yeah.
So
And
we'll
to
need
be-
at least a day or so.
I'm sorry. And the deadline to apply is really where it starts to change.
Correct. But there's a domino effect on all of the communications and everything that we need to do. So we just need time. Thank
Well,
you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for considering.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Laramie. I think that is something we don't think about, the mid-winter breaks and then the boundary issues. All those things are coming up. So
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, so I think we're now on to 9.0, Board of Directors. No, yeah, okay, yeah. Discussion and approval. And I would like to ask the board member to make a motion.
So I'll move that we approve agenda item 9.01, board member resignation.
A second.
Discussion.
Well, I'm sad to see Leah go, and I appreciated your voice as a parent of young children. So I understand, but I'm sad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree. I appreciate your perspective. You know, again, we don't often get the perspectives of all of our families, and I think you did a really good job representing families that don't always have a voice, that we don't always lend a voice to. So, and I appreciate your being outspoken with regards to racial equity and your observations and your passion. And so I do totally understand, though. I can't imagine doing this job as a single mother. You know, trying to homeschool your kid, you were trying to have, you know, having to, you know, support your kids learning at home. It's a lot. And so I commend you for hanging in there and working with us as long as you did. And I hope that, you know, maybe in the future you might, when you know, things get back to whatever manageable looks like, that maybe you might reconsider. But thank you for your service with us. And we just really appreciate you very much.
Appreciate that. It was a tough decision and I'm still feeling pretty guilty about it. I just, you know, I know everybody's world right now is kind of turned upside down from COVID and everything. And it just really changed the way that my household works. And, you know, I have to be able to put my family first. And so, yeah, it's been amazing working with all of you. And I'm so glad that I have gotten to know each and every one of you and, you know, had this opportunity. And I was just thinking, stinking COVID, because if it was any other time, this wouldn't be an issue at all. You know, things were going as normal. And I was just thinking to myself, well, maybe after this is all over, let's see what happens. But I just want to thank everybody for their understanding and their grace with me considering this. And yeah, this has been an amazing opportunity. And I'm so thankful that I have gotten the chance to experience this.
Thank you, Leah. Appreciate everything you've done. Yes, bringing awareness to our inequities. And I know you followed a lot of what Agda did. And, you know, I appreciated our conversations also, our honest conversations. And yes, I agree. You brought a different perspective to for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to piggyback on what everybody else has said, and having 3 children at one time, I can't imagine even going through COVID and I tried to teach them at work. I think I would have gone crazy to do all that. And oftentimes we don't realize how much these jobs that are, you know, that we get into involve so much. And this job, which I've learned is a job that takes quite a bit of time. And we've had even unprecedented times with COVID and other things that we've had to deal with. And we're living in a different world. And what you try to do and have the courage to say that this is not working for you, I applaud that. I applaud that. And we appreciate everything you brought to the table, and we wish you the very best in everything you're doing from this point forward. So, any further discussion? All right. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the resignation of Director Bowen. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. We're on to 9.02. Highly capable universal screener COG-AT licenses. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve agenda item 9.02, highly capable universal screener COG-AT licenses.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that 9.02 highly capable universal screener licenses be approved. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions. The motion carries. We're on to 9.03 change orders. I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 9.03 change orders.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve 9.03 change orders. Discussion. Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor say aye and signify by raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Any abstentions? The motion carries. We're on to 10.0 consent agenda. I'd like to ask the board if they want to pull anything on the consent agenda.
No, I don't.
Okay. So can I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as a whole from 10.01 to 10.07?
I move that we approve the consent agenda 10.01 through 10.07.
Second.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda 10.01 to 10.07. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're on up to 11.0, informational. 11.01, October 2020 financial statement. I don't know who's doing that.
Just informational.
It's just informational, yes.
Okay.
Just if Ben's still here, I'm gonna have some questions on this too, but I'm gonna add it to my email. And so for my other questions about the budget, because it looks like we, this chart, I was just looking at it and this chart, if you can see it. And it's, you know, on the general fund revenue versus expense, there's ratio by month from 2017 through this year. And it looks like there's in 18, 19, and I've looked at this so many times and I just really dug into it this time. It looks like, again, we're underspending. We've underspent for 2 years. And when we look at it combined with the F-196, it's just, again, is there money? Do we have money that we're not spending because we're concerned about getting into a bad financial place, or what is it? And then the last slide is the enrollment slide. And just in a quick Google search, Kent is, you know, and again, it's just a website, but Kent has grown, according to this site, by 0.81% annually, and the population is increased by 42.55%, but our enrollment it was highest in 2016-17, and then there was a bigger jump of about in 2018-19, and then obviously due to COVID, probably we've had a even bigger jump. But this is probably gonna come up too during the boundary discussions, because when we talk about population and enrollment and what's exactly happening, is it fewer people having kids, fewer people with kids moving to Kent, or are people taking their children elsewhere? Because we are such a big district, we're on borders. So just Ben, again, that's another heads up I'm going to want to ask about when I send you my email with those questions I asked earlier.
Director Bettinger, thank you for that. Do you happen to have the website to which you're referring? Is it?
Yeah, I can share it
Would
with
you share that? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have it right on top of mind. And like I said, it was the first one that came up in Google search, and I didn't do a ton of research because
No, I
I figured
understand.
with our boundary study going on right now too, this is, I'm assuming, something they've looked at as well, and they probably have more comprehensive information. So.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Whenever you can forward that, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Moving on to 11.02, revised procedure 5010P, non-discrimination and affirmative action. Any discussion on that? Seeing none. And moving on to 11.03, RFI for Position Management Solution, partnership with HR and finance. Discussion.
Yes, question. I was trying to understand what this does that Talent Ed doesn't do. Is this a separate program that works with Talent Ed? I couldn't really understand.
Yes, President Hamada, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Holly, Director Vengadaslam, great question. Yes, there's been some concern with Talent Ed over the last couple of years in HR about not doing everything we wanted to do as far as recruitment, hiring, onboarding, and of course the retention piece. This, looking at some potential other platforms to be able to bring into the district that would talk to Skyward a little bit better and would speak to some of our other systems that we have. That would make the recruitment and the hiring piece more systemic and more fluid is something that we're looking at. And so this allows us to go out and look for another system that will make things smoother, for lack of a better term.
So it would work with Talent Ed?
No, Talent Ed would go away. Yeah, Talent Ed would go away.
Okay.
And this would replace Talent Ed. Yeah, sorry about that.
Got it. All right, thank you. Thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure. Okay.
Anything further? Moving on to 11.04, RFI for Online Enrollment Solution, Partnership with Student Services. Any discussion, questions? Seeing none, moving on to 12.0, and I do believe, Ms. Holly, you said there was no further public comment. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, well, we're now on to board reports and discussion. Let's start with Vice President Daniels and newly elected President Daniels.
Thank you, President Hamada. I, again, just want to, as we come, this is probably the last time I'll see you guys until the new year. So I really just wanted to take this time to, again, thank you all so much for overcoming the challenges that we have faced this year. Again, it's not lost on me the time and the commitment that each and every one of you, each and every one of our teachers, our staff, our families, our students, the time that has gone into trying to just accomplish things this year, right? And to just try and learn and teach and for some people survive. It's been a challenge. And so I just really appreciate the partnership that the district has shown. I appreciate the community coming together. I think all of us pulling together has made this not as bad as it could be. I know there are places where it's a lot worse. And so we have an amazing community. And so I just really want to take this time to thank each and every one of you for the work that's gone into this. I also just want to, hope that you all, especially, those, I know everyone's working so hard, harder than I think a lot of us realize. And so I hope that you're able to just at least take some time, spend some time with your families, get rest, rejuvenate, and do whatever it is to help you feel whole. I know some of us, I know for me, I'm really looking forward to spending some time with my family, some downtime. And so I hope and pray that each and every one of you are able to do that. I hope that everyone is safe and stays healthy. And I look forward to coming back in the new year, refreshed and ready to take on whatever challenges that 2021 will bring. I know a lot of people are optimistic about, well, can't wait to get to 2021. I'm like, well, I'm not sure if it's going to be that different, but it's a new year. So anyway, thank you so much. You're appreciated. And again, I just wish you all the best, and I pray for you guys all the time. So I really hope that you guys get that time. Thank you.
Director Linda Gosselin.
Yes. I want to again thank our legislators who joined us for the House Education Listening Tour. And I look forward to our working with the team here in representing KSD this upcoming session. I also want to thank the MGT Boundary Analysis Committee, Dr. Behringer, and all of those who worked so hard on this. And I was at the one of the community sessions, and it was an excellent session. I felt like there were things that were revealing to me that are priorities for our community that I wouldn't ordinarily think, having cubicles would not be a problem to some. But it's interesting, the psychology behind something that affects our families so passionately. People feel about boundary changes come out. And so I'm looking forward to further discussions on that, but I do thank all of you who worked so hard on this. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of anger, and there's also a lot of support. So how do we balance that? It's going to be interesting to see. I want to also thank Mrs. Vagans' first grade class. I really enjoyed being in there, watching our kiddies do our exercise with rhyme and phrase. And learning how to start a sentence, and it took me back to my son's first grade, and just love how our teachers are really weathering this situation and so positive and having structure. That's what our kids need at this point. And so how they manage that is beyond me, but thank you so much to all of our educators dealing with COVID. And then I do also want to thank Dr. Watts, all of and our teams, our communities. I do read through all of the reports in the superintendent's report, and so many things stick out to me that are really positive. And I think HR, I love that there are details in there that I never used to really see all of that. And so I appreciate reading through all that. And I also want to thank, I'm really interested in hearing about the Pine Trees virtual Falcon store. And I just love that whole concept. And I'd love to be in one of the classes just to be able to see what they're doing there. And also thank you for the donation website that's going up, because I did look at it. I think there was a broken link, but I would like to see, we used to have a section where all of our schools were able to put their donation needs there. And I don't know if there are some complications with that, but I would like to see that reinstated. So that, and thank you to all of you for everything you've done for our students and our families. And I also wish you a great holiday season. Thank you.
All right, Director Bettinger.
Okay. It's when you only have one board meeting a month, there's a lot that happens. First of all, I was really excited to participate in the presentation at the very beginning, we're talking about the new school names and mascots, and Jeremiah Burrows, 8th grader at the academy. I'm hoping that in a couple of years, when he's a junior or senior, he wants to, maybe apply to be on our student board director, because he was amazing and just very involved. And I'm really excited about the Project Mister. That was really great. I'd heard about the program before through a friend, but it was great to sit down and get the whole story, as it were. I also want to thank everyone involved in answering the comments to the students who made public comment on November 18th at our last meeting. I know it was part of their civics class, but I've been told that all their questions have been answered, and also there is a link on the board website, which I'm very excited about, that goes to answering their questions. So I know that people took time to do that, and I really appreciate that, because I think it's important that our students are engaged in their education and their community. And honestly, I learn more about everything when I hear student voice more than anyone else. So that was very important to me. So I really appreciate anyone who participated in getting those questions answered. I was grateful, I mentioned it earlier, to attend the 6-week session through the Puget Sound Educational Service District, the Coaching and Leading for Racial Equity. Final session was on December 22nd. And interesting enough, in the final session, they have a case study on a boundary initiative in Minneapolis and how it didn't look like it was going to go well as far as funding, and they needed money, and just engaging the community in that genuine equity work to make a positive impact. So we also got some amazing tools that I printed them out, but just that racial equity tool and worksheet, when we're looking at any big project, I'm trying to filter things through that. So I really appreciate the opportunity to attend. I also got to attend and appreciate the opportunity, my second Washington State School Directors Association conference. It was entirely virtual this year, which was weird, but also good, because we can now, anyone who participated can go back and watch sessions, review sessions, or attend new sessions, because they were all recorded. So the sessions I attended were on student voice, and they really stressed reaching beyond, like I said earlier, reaching beyond our students that are already deeply engaged in the school community, and just having teachers even recommend students that are, showing leadership qualities in class. And, it kind of ties back into, the coaching and leading for racial equity too, is sometimes a kid that someone might classify as disruptive is a leader, because they're trying to express something and a need that's not being met. So very exciting for that. And so I'm hoping that in 1250, policy 1250, that we can have that student leader and that student voice. They also talked about how they engaged their student board directors, best practice during COVID time even. So that was exciting. I also attended a Pursuing Equity session that the Arlington School District shared, and it was how the district confronted and enacted positive change after some incidents of racial and gender discrimination happened in their district, and how they proactively reached out to the community and created an opportunity for the community to, come to their schools and have some meetings and discuss and work through and come up with solutions that were positive for the community. I attended a couple sessions that kind of intersected successful board meetings and board leadership. One thing that I was really surprised to find is that a lot of districts actually do respond to public comment in some way, if they can, during a board meeting. And I shared that with Dr. Watts yesterday too, when we were talking. So it was very interesting. And also got to see some really interesting public-facing infographics that involved the board schedule. It was like the whole district schedule. So it shared out what was the board work, what was, district work. So that was very interesting. And then the Friday keynote was delivered by Ijoma Oluo, and she inspired us to consider that every child is like a small universe, and it's our responsibility to protect them, and they're full of infinite possibility. And she also reminded us of something that I've heard before, but it's always a good reminder that true equity success is when outcomes can no longer be predicted by race. Next, I participated in the two already boundary study sessions or community sessions. And I'll be frank, I shared with the superintendent also my desires that, we have some more open meetings. That was a common theme also ironically, in my racial equity class and in the WASA sessions. An overarching theme was, surveys and things like that are one way to reach out to people. But then after the survey, it's reaching out to the people who didn't respond to the survey. And so I'm hoping that we're going to have an opportunity to have some open town halls where people can just share what they're thinking without a structure or anything like that, but just an open forum. So I've already expressed that to the superintendent, and I'm sharing that here so that everyone knows that I've asked for that. And then I want to talk about goals. One of the things that we were asked in that first session of coaching and leading for racial equity was to identify our whys. And my why has always been to learn and grow and act in a manner so that I can do my small part to fulfill the district's mission to successfully prepare all students for their futures through our core values of equity, excellence, and community, and making sure that we're following all laws and policies. Our policies are elegant, really. They are there to protect our students and our staff and make sure that that our students are getting the best education possible. So after 1 year on the board, I took some time to reflect on what this meant to me and what we had all accomplished as a team. And I took a personal assessment of what I wanted to start and stop and continue. And to that end, I've created a first draft of my second year goals. And they're designed to support our students, first of all, and also support our annual board goals and the district's mission. And honestly, to fulfill my sworn duties as outlined in law, that each director is tasked with whether or not acting through its respective administrative staff to be held accountable for the proper operation of their district to the local community and its electorate. So really quick, my goals in the draft phase are, my first one, personal goal, is equity in action. I intend to continue my reading and learning regarding racial equity and filter those crucial decisions through that tool. And that goal is intended to support, obviously, our district core value of equity and all our board goals and strategic plan goals. My personal goal 2 is outreach. I've always made it a policy to respond to anyone who writes to me within 48 business hours, if I can, and apologize if I can't. I really hate to not respond to people who take the time to reach out. But I'm also intending to add to my calendar time to be available for phone calls or Zoom meetings or whatever for anyone who wants to talk and chat about the district. And again, these are my draft goals. But that is my intent, and that goal is intended to support our core value of communication and our strategic plan goals, number 2 of engage, and the board goal 2 communication plan. And then, lastly, personal goal 3 is policy, policy, policy. I'm so grateful to Dr. Harmon and all my board colleagues as we've worked through these policies. And again, I said it earlier, they're elegant, they're written to protect our students and our staff. And so just moving on and continuing that work. And as long as we keep them updated, and most important is that we just follow the policies. I've had some really big concerns about our policies, and we don't follow them a lot of the time. So, and I intend to keep everyone updated on the progress. To that end, I've submitted a request for a work session board, where our goal 2 was to review and update the 2018-19 communication plan by the end of the calendar year. So I have submitted a request for a work session, so maybe we can accomplish that and fulfill that goal. I thank everyone. I echo what I think everyone said. I thank everyone for all their hard work, for the students of this district. They are world changers. They are resilient. Our students have had so much to face, and I am so grateful for the teachers who have engaged in this work. We are still in this unique remote learning environment. I have concerns about student safety and online behavior, and I did express some of that also with Dr. Watts, but I'm looking forward, and I hope everyone else is looking forward to resting, relaxing, rejuvenating. And like I said, I really like to reflect on the year and just and make plans to move forward for greater outcomes. And I wish everyone a happy new year, although then we might have a board work session. So anyway, thank you for your time.
We're on to Director Bowen.
Without, repeating everything that I said earlier in the discussion, I just wanted to thank everybody, thank the community for voting for me. thank everybody on the board for the time that they took to talk with me and answer my questions. And I've really enjoyed getting to know each and every one of you. And, I really do believe that you all do have amazing hearts, and you all really, really do care. And that makes me so happy. It makes me so, so happy. And I know that there's bumps, and I know that there's growing pains, and I know there's the whole norming and storming of groups and whatnot. And, I know that you guys have the kids' best interests at heart. And I know that, the Kent School District is pretty much very well off and very lucky to have everybody here in their corner. And, this is bittersweet for me, but yeah, and COVID's hard. It's hard being a single mom. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, poor me, but, I can't imagine other families and what they're going through, and, teachers trying to teach, and, being home with my two and in a small house. I can't imagine teachers who've got kids and everything. And I just applaud everybody's hard work in the district, teachers, parents, the students. I mean, this is a hard time mentally also, and I'm glad that there is still a sense of community, even though we can't be together as much as we like or as much as we want to. We're staying apart to make sure that we're still there for more upcoming meetings and when school is back in session. And I am looking forward to the time when we will be able to see each other. And I'm a big hugger, so I'm like having hug withdrawals. So, but anyways, I just wanted to say thank you, everyone, and have a happy holiday and a new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bowen. And again, we wish you the very, very best in all your endeavors. And I'm sure we're going to see some great things in the future. You're going to have a lot, you're blessed with young age, and you're going to have a lot more that you can contribute to the community. And you've taken with us some issues and some ideas that you've learned from this year. So we appreciate that. Basically, I just want to kind of go over some things because we're getting later here in the hour. I did enjoy and I appreciate school district support, us going to WASDA, the annual conference. And I attended several things. The Leading for Equity was from 12:30 to 5. I found it extremely enlightening. I loved the panel that they put together for the kids that spoke about how their voice got out, and how I guess kids can speak to me. I don't know. Sometimes it gets through me more than adults can say things to me in a meeting, but the kids had some great ideas and I appreciated that. And it was followed by several other board directors talking about different things in their district, from all the way from Spokane to Yakima to over on the coast here. They had board directors talking about that and how they were trying to promote equity in their areas. And in every area, it was a little different, and little different ideas I picked up. It really emphasized, though, that the students having a voice in their school buildings and their school say and their equity issues is extremely important. So that, of course, has stayed with me. I also, I've been attending the coaching and leading with equity, and there've been a lot of things that I've been picking up from those classes that have been extremely interesting that I can use in the future. So I also appreciate the district making that available. It seemed like a couple of weeks there in November, all I was doing was going to classes. And I felt like I was back in school, and I thought, I don't know, because I always thought I wanted to go back to school and later in life to follow another degree. And I don't think I want to go back to school again full time. Anyway, so those are some things. They had a great session with Tim Garshaw and Superintendent Chris Weichdahl on some hot topics there at WASDA. And they had one of the sessions that on finance that I took was deciphering budgets. It went from 1 to 5. They gave me, they had this packet of 164 pages, and I had a horrible time with my printer printing it out because my printer's not a professional printer, so it took me forever. And then they walked through all these different codes and everything. It was very, very interesting. And I have the packet and I have the information, so I've been going over it slowly to try to get it into my head. And they wanted you to take the sequence to it, following that. And I didn't really want to take the sequence, so I said, maybe next year I'll tune into that one. But it was educational. We've had some work sessions on policy on the 21st of November, and we had another work session on the boundaries. Those are some things we've done since our last meeting. I did attend both the forums that we put together for the boundary presentations, and a theme that does seem to be rendering coming out of it is that our community really wants two-way communication, and they don't feel like they're getting it. So if we can somehow or other have that voice heard, or somehow figure out a way that we can do that, I'd appreciate that, because there's several people in emails and also that I've talked to on social media. That seems to be a theme. And also something that I never really considered but was brought to my attention, and I spoke to a parent today at length about it. When she started in the pandemic, her child was in 4th grade, and now they've progressed to 5th grade. And now she said you were thinking about throwing them into a middle school if we actually do this in the fall. And I never really thought that through, but from her perspective, putting somebody that was really a 4th grader into a middle school situation could be quite a dramatic change. So we want to make sure that we get that right and consider all the social and emotional that we've been doing in our classrooms every day. But we want to consider it if we're going to make some changes. And I don't know, I have it in the back of my head that maybe in much more further research and communication, but I'm wondering if we couldn't possibly roll this out in waves, doing all this at once. Maybe you guys have got this down better than I can imagine, but I think that's quite an undertaking for anybody to do. So on the 7th, a highlight of my week was the Boy Scout troop asked me to come and speak to them about citizenship. And most of the 28 kids that were online were Kent School District students. And of course, I talked a little about my background in citizenship, but then the question back and forth. These kids were really prepared, I'm telling you, and they had some great questions. And again, I could see that we're preparing them really well to represent themselves, and they were asking avenues how in the community and stuff beyond their scouts that they could, start practicing on some of the things they want. So it was a great time, and I will be on probably the last boundary presentation, try to be on that. So, and on a personal level, this has been a fast-paced year. I have personal challenges in my life, but I also have found this year very kind of difficult to go through on many aspects, but rewarding because it has really cemented in me my why. And sometimes I have to go back to that. Why am I doing this? And if I really know my why, I'm solid in where I'm going to go forth from here on out. I hope everybody does have a chance to rest and recuperate and celebrate in their particular holiday time in whatever avenue you pursue with that. And I appreciate all the presentations tonight, all the staff, and everything else that's been brought forward. Our staff, I think, is doing a phenomenal job in many areas. Do we have things we need to correct? Yes. Do we need to be looking at things a little more here and there? Yes, obviously. But that's what we're working toward all the time. And I'm looking forward to next year. I have been appointed to the first equity commission in the city of Covington. I'm excited to fulfill that role because one of the things that we've learned from the coaching and and leading with equity classes is that schools need to go way beyond their boundaries of the walls. And I believe that, that a school and an institution isn't an end all, that we have to reach out and bring our communities in. And I hope to be instrumental in that position to network with the city of Covington, that quite frankly is not a very diverse city yet. But we are in a position that we can become that city. So again, to all of you, thank you very much for being here tonight. And if no one has anything further, I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 9:53. Take care.